Why does it want to mess with me? Ah! Right, yeah. So the campaign is at 1825 overnight, pretty much, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We're almost
So,
there.
so you're
Yeah,
you're halfway to your fixed goal. So that's good.
more than that. And if we reach 3,000 by 10:30, that will mean that we will have made the goal within 24 hours. Funded
I
in
I,
24 hours.
I
We have
wanted to
to
say
put that sticker on there.
I wanted to say that this was a good move right here. This Six Gun Gorilla back issues thing. Uh, because for those people who have the graphic novel and are hardcore collectors, this is going to be more rare. You know what I mean? So,
Yes. But also,
what's
but
up,
it's
Sam?
what up,
What's up?
Sim?
How you guys doing? Congrats on the launch.
Thanks, brother. Thanks. Better now that you're here. You sexy motherfucker.
How you like my new avatar?
It's sexy. It's you're selling mugs with that for Morning Roast, right?
Evening Rose, and it's designed by M.A. McLernan.
Ooh.
Where do I know him from?
M.A.? That's a reality hacker, and that's a she. That's a her. You're the second person to misgender that sweetheart
Ah,
today.
well,
First one
dude,
was Chris. What a
I've been
bad
out of the
boy.
loop. I've been out of the loop, and of course, as we know, misgendering is a very serious crime these days. So
Who
sorry
cares?
about
Yeah. Well,
that.
Who cares?
I misgender people all the time. I call dudes bitches, and
Oh, I
all
only
kinds
call
of.
men, but yeah, the
Dude,
only people I
I
call
call
bitches are men.
I call girl dicks and I call guys cunts. So hey.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Yup. Absolutely, man.
And if each other start giving me attitude, I reverse it
Yeah, there you go.
and I stop being a dick.
Yeah.
It's just funny because like here in America, the C word is like the great like unspeakable. Like that's like the one like women have embraced bitch, so there's no point in calling a woman a bitch anymore.
I think that's just in the U.S. to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
whereas like people from the UK, they use the C word like like crazy, like it's
Yeah.
nothing, you know?
It's the same thing with boobs, white gore and everything, violence, gunshots, anything. That's tolerated, but a nipple, like a boob nipple, nope.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And yeah, it's like in Europe, it's like nudity's okay, but violence not so much, and here it's like the exact opposite.
And
you
I'm
know?
sorry, but that C word is so nice to say. It just rolls off the tongue.
It does. It does.
Yeah, the reason why it's used is in America is because it has the impact, and it's kind of a catch-22. If it didn't have the impact, it wouldn't get used. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, it's the
So-
big guns.
You know what I mean? Because like you can call them something else. Call a woman a twat. She could be like,
Whatever.
what?
Bitch, whatever. Cunts!
you vagina. No, it's I think it's because cunt and cut sound so close to each other. You know what I mean?
It's a
Not
really sharp
really,
consonant, I think.
Yeah, but-
you know,
yeah, but
like
cut-
cocksucker.
Yeah, but cut doesn't sound as nice as cunt.
Interesting
It's weird.
story. Interesting
It's
story.
weird.
A director was making a movie in Amsterdam, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the Netherlands. And every time he called cut, people got really upset. Like just like the passersby and everything, and he was like, "What's the deal?" And somebody told him, like, "Dude, basically, when you're yelling cut, they're hearing cunt." So he started, instead of saying cut, he would go cunt.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. My type of guy. Yep.
That's funny.
Oh man, yeah. Oh,
that's
God.
that's an unfortunate speech impediment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There you go. But yeah. So we launched last night, and man, almost have already reached the goal. Big thanks, big ups to my Greater Point 5 peeps. They were really wonderful tolerating me last night, and when like you said, I've got like the back issues,
Mhm.
so people can like buy them a la carte. But that's more so for just to avoid confusion. Because I had a lot of people confused with the last campaign. They were like, wait a second, how come one book costs $35 and the other book costs $15?
Oh, I know it does get confusing. I'm guilty of confusing everybody, having my third book be called Chapter 2. You know what I mean?
Yup.
That confused everybody. So
Yup.
so based on that, after Rise of the Pirate King comes out in graphic novel format, I will no longer be secondary titling the singles and wait until the graphic novel release comes, and then I'll slap the title on it then. So I thought that it was it was going to be clever and help everybody realize where things were going, but all it did was confuse people. So it was a mistake. But we all learn from silly things like that, you know.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Because it's like you have to. You want to know the rules, but the rules are being written as we're doing this,
Right?
and they're changing too, right? Like,
And they're not the same for everybody.
no. So it's a wild west that way, you know. We're all doing our best to try to get our books out to people in a way that's not confusing. So this couldn't be more simple. The new issue is issue 8, and if you missed the previous issues, you can get them all as floppies. I'm not doing trade paperbacks anymore. If you wanted to trade paperback, you're shit out of luck. You should have grabbed one in the last campaign.
Or wait until it hits the bookstores, which could be years from now.
Yes. And this is issue 8 of a 10-issue arc. So, but don't wait and think like, oh, well, I got the last trade paperback. I'll wait until like issue 10 to get like
who's gonna wait? I'm just sorry. Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
That I want to read the next issue. I want to read it. I
Thanks,
want
brother.
to read it. why the hell would I wait, a year and a half or whatever to catch up on the story? No, that's the whole point of putting out the floppies so that people
Yes.
can keep up with it. I mean,
Yep.
I do the same thing for the exact reason. Otherwise, they'd be waiting 3 years for a graphic novel.
Exactly. And of course, the place where we want to get is to the point where we're never going to, we're probably not going to be, monthly is not realistic, but quarterly possibly at some
or
point.
maybe even
biannual.
Maybe even bi-monthly. You know what I mean? I think that we could handle. I mean, eventually, if you had the following, you could do 1 month on, 1 month off of a campaign. You know what I mean? And pop that out. But it's who knows what the future may bring. I mean, think of the advancement of companies like Mixam that allow us to actually print our own comics, which was virtually impossible 5 years ago.
I know. It's amazing. The technology has moved so fast. It's enabled us to do this and make it actually affordable.
Right. I mean,
it's like democratizing the medium.
Right. Well, what it is the and they still kind of have the stranglehold on it, but the publishers, had basically the access of all the quality web presses that, you know what I mean? They pretty much had that. And if you wanted to get a web press thing done, you had to go through some of the web presses that weren't the ones that were, ran the high quality pro stuff, the ones that were unfamiliar with it, so that you would have to pay top dollar and not get experienced comic book craftsmanship.
And before, a lot of people used to use Kablam, which was very expensive.
Yeah, it was. I think Kablam was the first issues of the first issue of Six Gun.
A lot of people before the CG years, you could say, were using Kablam.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's one of the reasons that some people also had trouble with the what is it again? The mailing thing you use cheap there. What is it again? Media Mail.
Media Mail.
Right? A lot of people were using them or some of those printers, and they go, "Oh, well, you get a discount if you let us put one of our ads in there."
Oh yeah, that
doesn't go through the Media Mail. You're fucked.
Right? Yeah. You can't do that. I mean, Media Mail. Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, you could, but what they'll do is they'll charge you full rate if they open it up and look at your package.
Oh, they'll charge you or the person receiving it if it's already gone.
Well, it depends on your service. The reason why I use stamps.com is they'll never charge my customer. They'll only charge me.
Really? So that's a plus.
And people are also expecting ad-free books from us. Let's face it.
Yeah. Come on. We're so fat. No, dude, you buy a floppy of freaking Marvel DC, right? Remember when we checked that? I think it was with you, Brian.
Yeah.
I counted the goddamn page in there. There was 12 pages out of a 24-page comic book.
Yep.
Right.
Of comics. The rest was half and half comics and commercials.
Yeah, and it takes you out of the book. And
they don't, and the money they make on those ads, I mean,
pays everything.
It pays for everything and still has a profit margin, which is why they don't care about sales so much, because it's all about selling the ad. So it's all about the hype around the books before the books are even printed.
So they don't care if the quality of the book is not. They just want it not to cost too much. The hype is built by the shows now and the movies. They don't care no more. There's like 50% of people claiming to be superhero fans, and all they do is watch them movies and series that never touch a goddamn comic book.
Ever.
Right.
Ever. And it's the medium that inspired all these movies and those stupid Funko Pop heads, that's all they care about now. And so the comics themselves, the reason they come out with more and more outrageous ideas like gay Antifa hobo Captain America, that's a troll.
Yeah,
dude, that's a troll. Just to get us to talk about it. Yeah.
Let's address a specifically important point, though. I mean, we got to realize that a lot of people don't keep up with that kind of stuff because of the shit quality. Think of this. So if say you were you actually thought Batman was awesome in the theaters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you went and you got a comic book of Batman in the store. That's whatever happens to be the recent release.
Yeah,
and you're and you're reading this and you're like, this sucks.
Bat simp.
but don't forget that everybody's fell into that dirty freaking pattern. Okay, the sickness freaking circle that Hollywood, video games, and all those people have set upon us, where it's like everything has to be the same recipe. Like even you, okay, a fan, without even knowing, you will find yourself telling people how to tell their story almost always the same fucking way. And you're like, yeah, but
Right.
dude, we're not all telling the same story. No, it's the safety net thing.
Yeah.
It's like the idea. It's like the the philosophical and the psychological response to when most people need to be able to compare it to something to understand what you're trying to tell them. A lot of people, you just
Yeah.
need to describe your idea, what you want to put in that story, they will understand it.
Right.
But about 50% of people will not get it until you go, well, it's a bit like this and that, and then
Yeah.
they go, boom, bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
well, luckily, I didn't really have to explain it when I first came out with Captain Love. All I had to do was say Space Trucker, and I got, oh yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's called
Six Gun
Captain Love.
Gorilla.
It's called
right?
Captain
It's a-
Love. He's a space trucker, and there's nudity and sex. Like,
Yeah.
come on, it's just everything that's
Zing,
out.
sold.
Right, and then when they ask for the comparison, I give them Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, James
Yep.
Bond, and and they're like, oh, okay, I'm in. Yeah. So
Yeah. And Six Gun Gorilla, it's just like, okay, revenge western with a fucking gorilla. Done.
right.
It was the same thing I used to do with.
Speaking
Batman.
of
Remember, I had-
gorillas,
I had my bit-
we got Bronson Gorilla in the
Oh.
chat. We got Hex Allen hanging out. We got Doomsday Army. We got Steve Dye. What's up, fellas?
What's up, fellas? Thank you so much for tuning in.
There's also
And we got
Sugar
Thanks
there.
for the-
Sugar
support,
Chris.
brothers.
That's so funny. He changed it. I like the new name, Chris. I like it. It's so much better than Kino Subway.
I know, right? And it fits with the morning roast. It's
Right.
a cereal
Yes.
brand. Yeah. Remember Sugar Crisp? I don't know if you were
Oh,
Sugar
yes.
Bear or
Super Sugar
Yeah.
Crisp.
Right.
Back when they had like things like that and Mr. Salty Pretzels.
Mm,
Yeah, you don't have that shit anymore. Oh god. I mean, you still have like the really naughty food, but they don't have like those like fu super honest names anymore.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I
Yeah.
miss
Well,
those.
they were more fun like that.
I know. But sugar pops.
You
are
know, it's like
nasty.
remember one of the best things was like, what's a jawbreaker? Why does it call it jawbreaker?
Because if you bite into it, it will break your jaw.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the type of name that you would have. Now people went out. It's not accurate. It's not appropriate to call it a jawbreaker. People will feel like they're gonna break something. They might
It's
feel
a little
aggressive.
violent because we
Yeah.
know words are violence.
You know, jawbreaker. It's also the name that we give to bully. And
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't look good. That's
It's
fine.
It may trigger somebody. Yeah. The lovely nerfed world that we live in.
You never know that maybe somebody might commit suicide because of it.
hmm Absolutely, it's very, 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 very insensitive. So, got to change the names. Got to change the names of everything. Got to nerf the whole world. Oh my god, this is a total non sequitur. But have you guys seen Woke Black Christmas?
Nope.
No.
It's the second remake of Black Christmas, which is the Bob Clark classic from like 1975, right? In it. In the original, there's a maniac that's in the attic that may or may not be possessed by demons, right? The threat in Woke Black Christmas is toxic masculinity, and the villain is Jordan Peterson. And I'm telling you, it's like The Room of woke horror movies. Like, I actually recommend it if you want to like piss yourself laughing. Just make sure
really?
that you have like a lot of your favorite alcoholic beverage and like a friend or two, and you'll have a great time with it.
The whole like woke stuff makes me laugh already because it's like the whole woke thing is like the epitome of like privileged society, You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
it's boutique activism. Yeah.
and the thing is like they'll be like, it's funny because these same woke people will come at you and call you privileged, right?
I
Like,
know, and
While
then they
using
painted
their
me a
phone,
privilege.
while
Yeah.
using their
they'll say it's
iPhone,
white. They'll say
Nike
it's white
shoes.
privilege, or or Christian privilege. You know what I mean?
White
Or
male,
yeah,
cisgendered.
yeah. It's like excuse me. You know,
And what about your privilege about doing what you're doing, you cunt?
yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
What it's like what you're saying, we got privilege, but you're saying that we are not allowed to use our free speech to express ourselves anymore, just because you don't like what we
But
think.
but we have to listen to you. You know the principle of free speech is you're allowed to express yourself, and so are others. You know,
Right.
you're not protecting from other people's free speech because you express yourself.
They
You
they
dumb
want tolerance.
cunt.
They want tolerance. They want tolerance for their ideas only.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah. They're
even-
very authoritarian.
you know, one of the things that I can say, even people that were bullied when they were young, they grow up understanding that you need to have a thick skin. It's the law of the world that you need to be yourself, learn to be your person. You can be sensitive inside if you want, but you do have to be aware that well,
Right.
outside doesn't give 2 cents about your fifis, what's going on right now. Most people, even the people that you meet at work, go, "How are you doing?" What they really want to know is yes. They don't really give a fuck about if you're going fine or
Exactly.
not. They just want to go.
Exactly.
You just say yes, so they can keep going on with their freaking life.
Yeah, it's like, okay, like, here's a great example. There's nobody in CG saying that there shouldn't be gay comics or gay
Right.
superheroes
No.
or
Fuck no.
and there's nobody saying there shouldn't be diversity in comics in CG.
Nope.
Nobody
No.
says that. Well, all we say is don't screw up an existing IP with some stupid political agenda.
Dude, I was in
Yeah.
a fucking stream a long time ago, right? With it was a debate for like SJW and stuff like that, right? And they're like, "Yeah, but you guys only do white people comics." I'm like, "Yeah, but you keep telling us that we can't write black people. We can't write this because it's cultural appropriation. If
Yeah,
I do
stay in your
if I
lane."
do a Chinese this, if I do this, so what else can we write?"
Exactly. They're giving us mixed messages. You're
Yeah.
damned if you do, damned if you don't. But that's also because they haven't exactly thought their own bullshit through, have they?
Dude, it's a rigged game. It's like
You
I'm
know what?
allowed. It's
I
like
could start listing off not only like female and black creators and Hispanic creators in CG who are making stuff that I've had on this damn show.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that would be in a sense, because I'm having to single them out for their race, that would technically be racism. Just because I have to single them out for their race.
I'm not going to use my friends as a shield.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? That's just bullshit. It's bullshit.
It is bullshit.
What
It's total
happened?
bullshit.
What happened to the regular definition of racism, which is hating some another race just for a difference of races, or thinking that one is better and has more power than that's the basic of freaking racism.
And
the fact
the
that you're that you have a everybody's fucking biased on their own fucking favorite color.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: when you have a discussion about racism, the first thing that you should bring up and mention is the fact that there's no such thing as race. It's a cultural construct. There's only one species of human being. That's it. It's not like there's different
that's one of the
species
things
of
I like.
cat or dog or monkey.
yeah,
or
That's
ape.
why I like to remind people of that old story that we used to learn a long time ago, okay, about the squirrel in the goddamn canyon. It's all a bunch of freaking squirrel, and then there's a big earthquake that creates the freaking Grand Canyon. You have freaking squirrels that are on one side, that's in the prairie, so they develop the crawling, the going underground, and this, and the other one has trees, so they develop membranes between their freaking legs so they can glide. Right? Same fucking squirrel.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. But they're not exactly intellectuals, and
That's how great we are as human beings. We freaking adapt.
Yes, that's why we've proliferated all throughout the world, and everywhere from like the most unhospitable environments, from the fucking desert to like the north, to like practically like the North Pole. Right? You find human beings everywhere because we adapt, and also because even though we have negative aspects to us, we like to like fuck with each other and kill each other, we also have the ability to work together.
We tend to be the most aggressive species on the planet, also. So,
Not really.
yeah. No, I mean, we are. Seriously,
Give
there's
us a
nothing.
baboon.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
chimps are the worst.
No,
Chimps
chimps-
are the worst. They'll rip your
chimps-
genitals
they're-
off.
no,
They'll
no,
eat your
no,
face.
they're
They're
aggressive.
human.
They're
They'll
they're
fuck you up bad.
they're aggressive, but they're purely physically aggressive. Okay.
Yes.
We are aggressive in so many different ways that are so much like I would. A lot of people would rather have their face ripped off than their fucking soul ripped out. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah. Well, and now they have the ability to destroy people's lives from the comfort of home with their keyboards. And they're drunk with power and they love it. But eventually, and this is a thing about SJWs, is they always eventually turn on each other.
yeah.
The Whisper Network, for instance, once they get rid of all like the white cisgendered males, those bitches will start taking each other out.
It's not an SJW. It's an activist thing. It's everybody that there's a movement that rallies around something. When that fight is done, if they usually don't let go, they're trying to look about other problems until they become themselves the freaking problem, creating trouble everywhere, and then crying victim.
Yeah. Well, there's a certain mindset that goes with not having a hard enough life. You know what I mean?
No shit. This is this comes back to the privilege thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, you can go and find every one of these like super privileged activist types. You know what I mean? With the exception, I would have to say that there are some people that, like in the Black Lives Matter movement, that come from extreme poverty.
Absolutely.
I have to use them as the exception. Yeah. But for the most part, you know what I mean? Everybody who's all like super activist, they don't come from extreme poverty unless unless they're young. Like a lot of people come from poverty, but a lot of that poverty might be like welfare driven. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like third generational, like some of that. Now the people that work hard, like I know very few people that grew up with hardworking parents that are hardworking people that will sit around and like make these unrealistic demands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now there are activist causes and stuff like that are worth getting upset about. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? There really are.
That's not. Yeah. And unfortunately, these people bring give activism a very bad name. You know.
Right.
Chris Hedges, for instance, who is a dyed-in-the-wool lefty like myself. Best described as Noam Chomsky if Noam Chomsky was a riveting public speaker and had the heart of a poet. Guy's amazing, right? He was a foreign war correspondent, learned how to speak Arabic, and he said that his problem with white liberals is that they love to like preach about how much they support the oppressed, but they don't want to actually hang out with them. They won't want to actually go into their neighborhoods and act, because he actually
wait, they're not welcome to wait, they're not welcome to hang out with them because they are not really interested in being one of those people that them, if they go and try and hang out with them, they're like trying to like get some.
You're
drugs
talking about
something.
people that believe that the blacks, that the certain people, okay, not just black, but there's more than just black, that deserve a special treatment and special this because they're not as good. We need to devalue our schools in school so they have a chance. That is fucking racism.
Yeah, that's not even for the white activists. That's not even the motivator. No. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The motivator is
me. I want attention. I want to be.
I'm so virtuous. I'm so virtuous.
Yeah,
I'm so virtuous. Look at me. I'm so great.
Yeah, it's virtue signaling is what it is. Yeah.
That's why I could never stand.
And it's also and hey, wait. There's another thing about it.
Remember the thoughts and prayer.
There's another layer to it too. Okay, so like especially at the college age and the millennial age and the younger age, you'll find that there's a whole I want to be accepted by their culture thing, and they do that so that they feel as though they can be accepted, so they're not outsiders. But that's the same thing is like if you were like seriously, me, I actually get along with the black community because I have music tastes in common and a lot of cultural stuff because I grew up with a lot of black friends. You know what I mean? But I am still not far enough into the culture to where I can, like, I know everything that's being talked about. I'll be on the outside a lot, but so like if I went down to, like, the really, like, rough neighborhood here in this area, right, which is Jensen and Cherry, they call it the dog pound. If I went over there and tried to, like, just hang out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might allow me to, right? Especially if I was spending money, right?
Right.
But they're not really accepting me, right? And nor are they taking me seriously.
Right.
And they probably wouldn't look out for me unless I was delivering them regular money. You know what I mean? And, like, if I was a source of income, they would not look out for me. And the thing, and it's not a bad thing on them. It's just that we have grown so far apart culturally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And what's really weird is when I grew up in the 70s, when I was, and you guys probably, I mean, I don't know how much Sim remembers the 70s, but I know, Brian, you're a little older than me, so you remember the 70s.
Yeah, I do.
There was, in the 60s, the cultures were brought together. And in the 70s, the cultures were not that far apart. There were differences, but they weren't that far apart. That's why I had so many friends growing up that still stayed my friends through the years.
Like I used to say, it was cultural appreciation.
Exactly.
It wasn't even, like, about culture appreciation. It was never. It was like my culture and your culture. It was like we were just American culture. You know what I mean?
Right.
We all did jeans and t-shirts. You know what I mean? And then it's now it's all like, okay, no, we're black, so we gotta dress this way, and you're white, so you gotta dress that way. Oh, you're dressing like us, so you're a wigger. It's like, what?
It's called segregation.
I mean?
And divide and conquer.
It's self-segregation of, you know what I mean? And then divide and conquer. No, it's different than that. This is self-implied. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's people looking for individualism, and then in the search for individualism, they also embrace tribalism, and they try to figure out who their tribe is. You know what I mean? And then once the tribe stays the tribe for a while, it develops its own culture in that tribe, and then other tribes, after decades and generations, don't understand that, and because of the not understanding, that actually separates them further. So and then they find something from misunderstanding. They find a reason or conflict, and then they end up attacking each other.
You know what it reminds me of sometimes? Remember, did you ever see a kid playing with that big ball where you have to put a triangle, that square, that cylinder, and you have to fit them in the right holes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And they get pissed because they try to put a square in a fucking cylinder. Yeah. And they get pissed, and they start throwing it, bashing it, and bang, 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 it needs to fit in. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They feel that they don't fit in, right? And instead of just being themselves and being their own special self, right? They don't feel special enough, so they need to destroy anything that's special. So anything has to be meh. Everything has to be the same.
Well,
they don't understand why they're miserable, because the problem is not that you hate everyone, is that you hate your goddamn self.
Yeah.
No, I would take that one step further. I would take that one step further. I think the reason why they're so hard on the activism is because they're trying to change the reality. You know what I mean?
Of course.
See, so yeah, it's a male-dominated world.
They want to live the real world.
It's a male-dominated world because back when the world was survived by violence only, you know what I mean? Men were the ones that were surviving because they had to protect everybody.
That's not true. That's not true. Dude, men used to die because it was always save men, the men and the children. Before, everybody was like that.
So again, the men would die, right, and then women would also die. Children's families would be slaughtered. You can get that, but the point being is that the men were the providers and the protectors. The women stayed home and took care of the kids because if they went to war, right, things would be very, very, very bad. You know.
Yep. I have
women Vikings went to battle, and you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. But but usually not when their children were small. You know what I mean?
And let's just say when they got defeated, it went really freaking bad too.
Yeah. No shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Absolutely.
there's been armies of women that in history that have been doing the same to men. So that's what I'm saying. It's
But-
It's all about power, and when you
Well-
throw power between things, and then you go, that person has more power than that. Usually, you have to be careful with that.
Well, my point, what I was trying to get to, which I was
Mhm.
hoping not to get derailed in the process. The point that I was trying to get to is that history just, men rose to the top of power because it was their responsibility to take care of their families. You know what I mean?
Of course.
That's how it happened, and so they stayed there, right? They were there. Now it's like they just, I mean, and not only that is white men, quote, the bad guys, you know what I mean? We actually voted, you know what I mean, with our votes to give women the vote, to give them power,
Right.
to give all
Equality.
colors and everybody the same equality as us on the vote. We voted. We said, you know what? Here, this is for you too. You know what I mean?
'Cause it's the right thing to do.
Yes, right. But we're still the villain.
They also joined the workforce. So you have to precise that when that happened, the women were now part of the workforce. They were never before. Then they came in for the Second World War, I think it was. Yeah. Then they came into work, and then when it got back to normal, they were part of the workforce. So we did need a really big adjustment on that one, and it was a great one.
Yeah, but they could vote long before that though. The whole suffrage movement was long before World War II.
I'm talking about the equality part.
Yeah. Because you can pass laws. It's the same way. It's like, the Civil Rights Act was passed, what, 64?
Civil rights, I think it was 60, maybe 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there. Yeah, 4 at least. Yeah,
Right?
you got the right time zone. Civil rights.
Right?
Yeah,
And it's right, and it's just like as we can see, racism is still very, very much with us. Segregation is still very much with us.
It hasn't even
Well,
been.
Crow is still very much with us.
Yeah, but the worst part is that it wasn't. If you go back like 6-7 years ago.
Well, no, but wait. So let's look. Okay, so like right after it was okay. You can't ever say it wasn't. Okay, just so you know, it just wasn't in the forefront of the discussion, but there was always racism.
There will always be discrimination.
Yeah.
There will always be like judgment. There will always be bias. It doesn't like that's what Brian was saying before. Racism is not a thing. It's not. It's the fact that the difference.
Well, it is to the degree of defining a type of bias. The same way you could say sexism.
Can I tell a quick story?
You could grow up with a black guy. He's your best freaking friend. You call him a brother and distrust a bunch of a group of black people just because they act in a certain way. It doesn't make you racist. It makes you worry. It makes you feeling danger. It makes you feel this. So when you're insecure, when you're this, you will be trying to protect yourself. By protecting yourself, sometimes you're not the nicest person.
People fear
it's a
what
biological imperative.
People fear what they don't understand, and that leads to things that.
But also there was a time
point. If you can't ask question, how can you fix that lack of knowledge?
There was a time in our way, way primitive past, right? Where if you ran into somebody that didn't look like you, you would be afraid because you'd think, oh, that guy's not from my tribe. He might want to stick a spear in me.
Right.
Right?
Look, it's
so
like
part of it's biological, and I'm not saying it's not. But check this out. When they were filming Planet of the Apes, something really interesting happened. I'm talking about the original Planet of the Apes, right? When it came to lunchtime, right? All of the chimps would sit with the other chimps. All of the gorillas would sit with the other gorillas. All the orangutans would sit with the other orangutans.
Because we're naturally tribal. We are instinctually tribal. That is something that is just something that we are. We can't get away from that. And this is a movie
about racism.
Right.
And that totally happens.
Yeah. It's because human beings are instinctually tribal because we grew up like that. I mean, you can go back. I mean,
but it's not just that. It's the fact that dude, you walk down the street, right? You see a big black guy, like big muscly guy, right? And he's dressed like a freaking gangster, right? You're gonna be afraid. You might want to cross the street. But if the same guy's walking down, and he's dressed like fucking Doctor Who. Right. You won't be afraid. You won't judge him the same way. It's the same way as seeing a regular white guy walking or seeing him and walking like he's a gangster out of freaking Wu-Tang.
Oh, dude. You should have seen when I bought my Remington 870. It was at a gun store in a pretty bad neighborhood. And when I walked out of that place, I was wearing a black trench coat, combat boots, really, really long hair, fingernails painted black, carrying a gun case. And there were like these gangster type dudes walking down the street. They saw me, went, okay, and moved over to skipped over to across to the other side of the street. Yeah, because it's just like, oh, whoa. And I'm like the gentlest guy that you'll meet, you know. I abhor violence, but at the same time, you know, I'm a peacenik, but I'm not a pacifist.
Yeah.
You know?
So back to the point that I was trying to get to before was that people that like the SJW types, the super, you know, activists,
the wokies.
But well, see, they usually are trying to promote and push for things that are not inherent, right? So like for instance, they like the women movement, the feminist movement side of it isn't even true feminism anymore, because true feminism was equality.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay, was equality. So
Yep.
the new feminism is now okay. No, women
It's
need
special treatment.
Misandry.
we need special treatment so that we can be equal. And it's like, wait, you have to you want the power, you have to earn it.
It's not just
You know what
that;
I
it's
mean?
that there was also certain rules and legal, like especially like I won't cover all of them, but let's just say in childcare, right? There's certain rules that were in favor of certain before all of this, and that's that's another good example of the things that when you're talking about equality, they want to keep all the extra ones without being equality for everybody. Like it should be like,
Well,
I'm sorry, it should be, everything should be equal at this point.
Well, everything
Legally,
everything is legally equal at this point, which is
Not
sad.
really.
Well, legally on paper, everything is equal. Okay, on paper.
And child
Now,
custody
Again,
and child support.
Okay, so Sim, before you get all like defensive about being the father that ran into all that crap,
I'm not the only one. I'm the one that won, dude.
All right. Well, we'll never.
I thought this was a launch stream. I thought this was going to be a party.
We'll never get through something if we get down those fucking rabbit holes. You know what I mean? We'll never get anywhere to any kind of discussion.
Yeah, that's why we need to change subject.
God damn, man!
Yeah,
you guys are being all.
That's what I was saying.
I was trying to make
about it. Yeah.
Fucking 15 minutes ago, I was trying to make a simple point about SJWs, and then when we went rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Fuck both of you guys, because guess what's legal in the state of New York right now?
Weed, but it's legal here too, buddy.
You say, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Puff away, my brothers, puff away. But yeah, finally, New York has joined the civilized world. Oh, by the way, I got to go to something Bronson Gorilla said. We're talking about like privilege and everything, and Bronson says that you two have Quebecois privilege.
Yes, and he's also saying Sim and I are the all-American boys.
Oh, man. And once again, Bronson, thank you so much for that beautiful trailer, brother. I think he might be doing a new one once we have more art from Mr. Acevedo, who's done has done a freaking beautiful job. Unfortunately, the regular artist that I was working with, Adrian Sibar, passed away last year, and he did a couple of pages. I'm hoping that if they're high quality enough files, I'm going to be able to include them maybe as an extra or something like that. But the pages that Preston has done, he's doing something great in the sense that it's not going to be a jarring transition when you have to change artists mid-book. And Drew, you know a little something about this.
I know the feeling. That's what I'm doing for Outlaw Nights too. I'm jumping in to finish the last 8 pages because the artist went MIA.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Like MIA, as in like I'm too cool for this, or
as in don't answer emails.
Yeah,
so it could be like.
I'm not gonna say more than that. Just like no email.
Okay, yeah. I'm not.
So he reached out to me and goes, dude, I need 8 pages done. Can you? I'm like, yeah.
All right, rock and roll.
Yeah.
Rock and roll. But that's I don't envy you
No,
having.
it's hard if you can come in and out of the middle of nowhere trying to finish a story. You have to get the background, get the characters. You never played with them, and you have to try and keep the same,
The same rhythm.
and still trying to bring your style into it. You could say.
Exactly. Because you don't want the person like I don't want Preston to not be Preston, right?
Mhm.
I don't want him to like imitating Adrian, but at the same time, it's what I compare it to? It's like when you have a important character recast like mid like a TV series, right?
Yeah.
Or film series where it's just like, something bad happened to this person, or that person was like, I'm walking, and you want to recast them in a way where it's not whoa, right? Where it's not jarring. And what I'm saying is Preston is like, from looking at his work, it's going to be a smooth transition. And what I love also is that we're not going to be inking his art. He's inking it himself, inking in quotation marks, with his pencil. He's penciling it in such a way where it looks like it's been inked. So we're just going to lay colors down over that, which I love, because whenever I got pages from Adrian, pencils, they always looked so beautiful to me. I was like, oh, this is gorgeous. It's just like I don't want inks, I don't want colors. And of course you got to have that stuff, especially if you've already committed to doing the book in color. But it's going to you want to make sure that the beauty of the original art is preserved.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
that's
And
super
speaking of
important to me.
why don't we show a little bit of because you have some here on the campaign.
Yep, yeah, those are the pages that he's done. The first 4 pages, which have a big spoiler in them, by the way. But I'm not going to give it away. I'll just I'll let people figure it out themselves. It's not an uber spoiler, but it is a little bit of a spoiler. Kumba runs into a old not so much of a friend. You see how that looks like it was done with magic marker?
Hmm.
How that looks inked? He did all of that with pencil.
Is he drawing this on paper traditionally, or is he doing it on digital?
Oh, he's drawing it. He's drawing it, and on paper, because he's one of those cats who understands. Like, I mean, I can understand why maybe some people work digital. I'm not an artist, so I can't directly relate. But my God, when you're working in digital, all you have when you're done, you don't have original art. You have like a fucking TIFF. You have a file. You don't. You can't sell the original art. Although I've heard that there's some people that are actually have found a way to do that.
Well, some people what they do is they print it out and then just ink over it.
No, there's also what is it? An NFT. NFT, which is a Bitcoin type of thing that you can do for
Right.
copyrights. That's one of the things. It's a bit
That's cool.
touchy. It's not fully established yet.
But I mean,
But
that's something at least.
yeah, but the
Because
thing the thing is, the reason why a lot of people use digital is because a lot of people can't afford to pay for fully rendered original art for certain projects, especially when you think about the rapid thing. That's
Well,
why a lot of people started inking with
well,
digital.
I would
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I would
that's
think
true.
the reason that people would do digital
point.
Started with
over
colors.
I would think the most obvious reason why people would do digital is because it's easier to correct a mistake.
Exactly, but edit, not just mistakes. Like, yeah, you're right with mistake. It's like having a safety net, especially when you're going for the finished art. Like you don't like something, you don't have to cut out the entire panel or cut another panel out, put it on it. You just delete it or you just go
Right.
correct it. But also edits from clients. Like let's just say I'm working for Brian on something. I finished a page. After like a while, you realize, oh, we fucked up. Can you go edit this, please?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier than going, oh fuck, I need to go on the traditional, scrape that thing off of
Yeah,
Redraw the
yeah,
entire.
and I don't want to make the artist's job any harder.
Mhm.
It always, for me, it was always great that I mean, Adrian was working he would do pencils, and then he would scan it, and then he would do like inking and all that other stuff,
But
right?
see what,
Then he would do the finished work.
look what I got myself here.
Oh. What you got? Oh, is that a tablet?
That's a drawing table with a light table on it,
Bitchin'.
so I can do my pencils and use that to ink over it.
Bitchin'.
I'm going back to doing some traditional. I miss it, dude.
Nice.
So
Nice.
you basically put the digital up on that, and then you put the paper over it. And
No,
then,
I pencil my thing. It's just the fact that inking over pencils, if you screw it up, you need to redo everything. When you light box, that's something that's always been done. You use the
oh,
pencils,
so you use a
you light
second.
box. Yeah, you put another one over it, then you ink over your pencils.
You're, yeah,
so
so
that
you're
your
not
pencil inks.
so you're not inking on the pencil page itself. You're inking on a separate page, and with the pencil behind it.
Exactly.
Well, you guys have all seen. I'm assuming. Maybe it's a broad assumption, but you've seen like in old issues of like Kirby Collector or something like that. Pictures of actual comic book pages
Mhm.
where you could see like white out, and then like
Yeah.
like the text will be
Mhm.
like taped on and everything, and there'll be,
Another
like fingerprints and glue and
Well,
like
that's the
notes.
thing. That's the main reason I was going to tell you. This me one. The thing is, when you start doing your construction line, I hate using blue line. Right? One, I think blue line looks like shit when you're holding the art. Personally, I think it looks like shit. I don't like working with it neither. And I also thought that cleaning all the layout pencils, the pencils after inks, it's a freaking pain in the ass. Right?
Mhm.
So that's why I always work with that. So I used to have one on my table, but since I use it for my computer, I bought another one. Right? That's portable. But the thing is, I can do my layouts, then do the clean pencil
Nice.
with no like residue. Then I could ink directly on it if I want, or use my light box and just ink over it. Have the pencils and the inks.
Oh, nice.
It's also important to remember that nowadays, you know what I mean, we actually have a high quality print on comics versus back in the 80s when it was 65 DPI.
Yeah.
You know
And
what
I
I
can
mean?
add more details digital.
Right. Yeah. So 65 DPI, you know what I mean? You get a fingerprint, that's not going to print. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you put your fingerprint on there, you have a little glitch, a little so they're not going to show up because it's just that it's too small for the DPI. So.
And like Sim was saying, digitally, you can add a little bit more detail. My rule always with Adrian was, I don't care if you use computers, as long as I can't tell that you used a computer. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's certain computer effects that I see in contemporary comic book art that makes me cringe. Like blur effects, right? Blur effects drive me crazy.
Yeah, it's bugging me too. And then I'm also not a big fan of
I like the cross hatching brushes. That looks
yeah,
weird.
right?
Yeah,
Because the thing about the cross hatching brushes is they use it to shade. I understand they're using it to shade.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the cross hatch is the same exact even texture. So it's like having like like if you had like a floor that was a checkerboard floor, right? You lose perspective.
yeah. But it's also the fact.
What's up
It's
in the
also the
house?
fact
What's up,
that
brother?
you really do not get the same result.
What's up,
neither, 'cause
Acevedo?
there's a technique to texture that when you do your cross hatching,
Mhm.
then when you're just doing the stamp brush, it's just a stamp over.
Right.
So you don't have that same
Right.
continuity.
But
Exactly.
if you do your
Yeah.
cross hatching, you're gonna naturally cross hatch perspective though. You know what I mean? You're gonna
Mhm.
have tighter lines over here and wider lines over here. Whereas if you're just doing the stamp, you're gonna have the exact same perspective. You know what I mean? And unless you overlay the stamp on itself. So
Preston was actually the guy who really explained cross hatching to me. And that's one of the cool things about collaborating with artists and working with artists and knowing artists is they get to explain all this stuff that you've seen all your life, but that you never noticed because an artist wasn't there to point it out to you.
Yeah, but people get offended because they call it art-splaining.
Oh,
Yeah,
whatever. Whatever. It's not the same as like Marxist deconstruction criticism, that kind of crap, where they take something apart and it's just like then it doesn't work anymore. It's craft stuff, I find it interesting because the reason I write comic books is because I can't fucking draw them. And most writers, comic book writers, will tell you that if they're being honest. I tried when I was a kid. I had John Buscema's, or is it John Romita's, How to Draw Comics the Marvel
Buscema.
Way.
Buscema.
Buscema, and who did, in my opinion, the best comic book Conan ever. I studied that book religiously, and I practiced and I practiced and I practiced, and obviously, artists have to put years and years of dedicated work to become the artists that they become. But I think you also have to have some degree of natural talent. And I just didn't have that at all. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll write comics instead.
Yeah, I actually have enough talent to communicate roughs and stuff. But I have learned my lesson about trying that, because I get really frustrated when the roughs aren't respected. So I've stopped doing that. It's annoying.
No,
You spend 4 or 5 hours, deciding on how panels should lay out and what goes in it, and you spend a lot of time on even though it's primitive line work and you're not that great of an artist. You know what I mean?
That's why I stopped doing that.
But I'm not the worst artist in the world. I mean, I can draw. You know what I mean? But I can't
figures.
But I can't draw, comic book quality or you know what I mean? But I can draw enough to where it looks like something, and you can see what angle something is sitting at, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can convey an idea.
Right, and in a good way. You know what I mean? I could do some storytelling and that kind of stuff. But I have yet to find an illustrator that will take what I did and then draw it better. You know what I mean? Basically the same perspective and everything that I was trying to do, and draw it better, like on the first try. You know what I mean? I've forced an illustrator on occasion to do that once in a while, because I'm like, hey, I need it exactly like this. That's why I drew it for you. You know what I mean? But there's always a reason why that has to be. It's related to the story or something like that.
Right.
But the thing that I find insane is that naturally an illustrator will want to do something other than what you put in front of them. Just like they won't want to repeat something they've already done.
If you describe a scene to anybody, nobody will see it the same way, and that's usually why you hire them.
Exactly. That's what I was going to. Thank you, Sim.
I can say this for a fact. Like, I almost never stick to what the writer puts down as far as a description, because I mean, when they say like it's going to be it's going to be 4 panels, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And from their perspective, it looks like it'll work, right?
Yeah.
On paper, but when you start putting it in images, it usually doesn't.
Like a good example, like
Sim knows what I'm talking about. Like,
I had a good example not too long ago. Okay, and imagine this: the person goes panel 1. The person grabs a glass, downs it down, turns around, and points his gun at the next person. You're like,
dude,
what?
You're not writing a screenplay. You're writing a comic book script, which is basically a series of still images.
Panel is not a scene 1. It's not scene 1. It's panel 1.
They just described the page, is what they did.
Yes, it's crazy. Yeah, no, it's that. I try to avoid that sort of thing. I script full script style. I try to put in just enough, detail, and my attitude is that the artist can then take that and do whatever they want.
Well, what's going on too is you got to remember, like you're dealing with one writer and one artist, but you're also dealing with 2 storytellers.
Yep.
Yes.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yes.
And if one of them isn't a storyteller, you're going to see it, especially if the artist isn't a storyteller. You know what I'm saying? Because then you got a huge problem. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why, like, when I was getting samples from people that were auditioning for the 6-gun job, this is like way back with the first issue. I posted an ad on Digital Webbing, was the name of the website. I don't know if it still exists, and I got deluged by artists. And I clearly stated in the advertisement, like, hey, this is a paying job. This is the page rate. Send me samples of your work, but don't send me portraits. Don't send me like
Yeah.
full page images.
And that's all you're gonna
I
get.
need to see your storytelling.
What-
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like 90% of what I got was what I didn't ask for, but I was just like, okay,
Exactly.
see ya,
Well,
see ya, and then I had about that 10% that like, okay, these people are like sent me what I asked for, and then you whittle it down. Okay, these are the people that are actually good.
It's
Yeah.
the reason
I
why
remember-
Kirby used to always emphasize on the fact that you can be an artist. Like being an artist is the fact of owning your skills, being that right. But that what he was when he was doing comics was a cartoonist, because you're a storyteller first. You have to convey the movement, the story, more than just drawing pretty pictures.
And the drama too.
Well,
Yeah.
they
And the
had a-
drama.
they
And
would have,
pathos
like,
and shit like that.
writers.
Yeah.
at shows that these guys they wouldn't have a booth, but they'd just be like headhunting at a con for
Yeah.
artists.
Yeah.
But you got to remember at shows, like usually the artists that are on Artist Alley, they usually just have pinups. You know what I'm saying? Because they're selling
Yeah.
prints.
Yeah.
And he would go around and look at all these artists and he'd be like, oh my God, they're fucking amazing. And I was like, dude, you're looking at the wrong thing.
Yes.
Like it's easy to go ahead and do a pinup, but it's really difficult to do panel work because panel work's a marathon. You know what I'm saying? Where a pinup is just like a sprint. Like it's easy, you knock it out. But when it comes to you doing that same character over and over, different positions, different expressions, things like that, and still trying to tell a story, that's where it becomes difficult. And I don't think a lot of people get that.
Yeah,
So.
and I think that's also one of the reasons why, like, my approach is I write full script style because that's what's easy for me, and then I give it to the artist and basically tell them treat it Marvel style. In other words, if I have the emphasis in one place and you feel the drama is in another place, or if I'm like, if this isn't gonna work, like, dude, how do you expect me to squeeze like all this?
You're
into,
actually
like, 5
you're actually
pages?
a really good writer to work with, and I'm not just saying that because
thanks, brother.
I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything like that.
No, well, I try. I try to be
No,
easy
no.
to work with.
But it's true because you for one, you know how to describe a scene. You know what I'm saying? Which is rare for. It's almost like you can see it from both perspectives, like the art, the visual, and what's going on the paper, and like in the script. But you also open to ideas. Like if I say like, okay, I know you wrote it this way, but it'll work better if we do it this way, like because it's going to play out cinematically,
Yeah.
a lot better.
Yeah, because you as an artist are gonna see things that may escape my notice.
But
And
I did
yeah.
work with a guy who was like, "No, you're messing up my vision."
My idea is
yeah,
I
better.
swear to God, dude.
Luc Besson,
Well,
like
and-
the Luc
well-
Besson story that Sim told. Like my idea is better because it's my idea. I don't give a fuck about
Well, he wasn't
anything
even
except the
open
finished
to-
product.
He wanted exactly the way it was described. He didn't want to put different perspectives or anything like that. Like, and I was like, and then like around the third or fourth page, I was like, fuck it. It's a paid gig. Just fucking do it the way he wants it.
Sure, but then that's hamstringing you. He's not getting his money's worth from you
Nope.
as an artist. And you're going to have a book out there that you don't feel is a proper, accurate
And-
representation of your
and-
skill and talent.
And
That's when you use a pen.
naturally,
I gotta-
you're not giving all you got in there because it's like going to work backwards.
I need to sound off a little bit as somebody to defend the writers that are a little harder to work with.
That's cool. That's
because
cool.
because sometimes an artist will take liberty and then try to hold the position of they're working on your book hostage to not go back and change it, whether it be for laziness or they think they're right even if they're not.
Well,
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but-
the other
but-
end of the spectrum. You just work
Yes.
with a difficult artist. Like
Yeah, you
work
with an asshole.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that so like the way I approach a script is I actually approach it very fairly, where I include only the details that are necessary for the story, right? to make sure that like for instance on the Heartless book, the first 6 pages has a loop in it. Like it starts out with an impact page that follows up with another page that follows the impact page, and then it jumps back in time. You know what I mean? And then walks back to where the first page, you know what I mean, is re-met. You know what I mean? And that right there, it's a pretty simple thing to do, but making sure that gets done properly, and that people, because sometimes an illustrator will not read all 6 pages and put them together congruently. They'll do something here and then something here, and then when they get to here, it doesn't match. So you have to make sure it all matches. Luckily, I'm working with a guy that listens and understands and all that. You know what I mean? And we get that cleared out. But I've had the situation where doing something like that, you get somebody that'll throw something in, like, oh my God. Okay, so like the thing that drives me absolute batshit, okay, is if you guys have a copy of a Hero of the Cleansing, right?
Yeah.
In page 3, the original artist who did the storyboard stuff, he put a roof in the cockpit of the studio. I mean, of the ship, right? Which was by design. You know what I mean? There was a solid roof there, right? Well, the illustrator that followed him up decided to change that in the middle of the book.
Dumbass.
Right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
then,
I mean that's
and then
that's
wouldn't
a
fix
continuity thing.
Yeah.
So how bad did you yell at Sim about that? Did you tell him?
Tore him a new one.
Sim wasn't working on that book. But.
Here's the thing: if an artist changes something, that's cool as long as they're prepared to defend it.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason.
There's got to be a reason.
There's got to be a reason, and if the agreement, if it doesn't, and if it can't be agreed upon, like I don't agree with his reason for changing it, or it's like maybe I like his idea, but it's too late. Like it would change too much. It would change the story, or it would change too much. I mean, because of the crap he did, I often had to go back and reword and rework what was going on, because he made and it was. So the fact that I'm working with an illustrator that doesn't do that to me right now, I am really, really, really happy, because Henry does not do that. Henry respects the script. I love that.
The thing is that when I saw his work, that was going to work out okay. I'm sorry. What did you say, Preston?
Well, whenever you whether it's work for hire or not, if 2 people are doing 2 different parts on this, like one of them's doing the write and the other one's doing the illustration, it's always going to be a collaboration. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, and you should embrace that.
It's never going to be a one-man show. And when it is a one-man show, that's when you end up with something that's usually garbage.
Yep.
I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Yep.
I always preach to my fellow writers. Trust your artist. That's the reason why you hired them.
And God said, trust your artist.
Seriously, I gotta tell them about that shit.
And as a professional, when somebody hires you to do their book, you can argue your point, but if they're stubborn enough and they want to stick with their gun, just give them what they want.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't hold the project hostage.
No.
To get your way. That's
unprofessional.
That's
unprofessional. With Adrian, he had a style that was just a little too cartoonish. Like, I knew he could do a more realistic style. I'd seen like what he'd done on like Star Wars for Dark Horse, and I saw what he'd done with the Planet of the Apes comics that he drew, which were for that really horrible Tim Burton reboot, right? And that's where I saw like, oh, this guy can draw the shit out of a gorilla, right? But the stuff that he did on DC, on Batgirl for DC, was more like pop art. It was almost like a graffiti style, right? And so it was more cartoonish, is what I'm saying. And so we met each other halfway until we found a style that we were both going to be happy with. And that's what you got. And I
usually it's meeting each other both.
Yeah. And I think
finding a happy medium, you might say.
Well, what I'm really interested in seeing what's going to happen, whether this is going to be like a complete disaster or if it's going to be fucking awesome, is Blood Hunt Doc Salem.
Yep.
because that's going to be Sim doing the layouts, and then Preston doing the finishes.
If we can get over Sim's ego, I think
If we can get over Sim's ego.
My ego.
If Sim could just be just a tad easier to work
My
with,
ego.
have just a
What
fleck
about Brian's?
more of humility. But here's the thing.
I zig when it was supposed to zag.
Yup. But here's the thing. When they get my script, if I have a big a Jack Kirby style 2-page awesome layout of these characters just laying into each other, right? If that's not the moment, if that's not the image for that big Jack Kirby layout, and they're like, no, it shouldn't be that. It should be when he does this, right?
Well, I think
their
it's gonna
judgment
be cool
is going to
Sim are both like we worship at the altar of Kirby. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
Yeah.
and
I'm lighting a candle right now.
the whole world should have cried the day that Jack Kirby died.
Oh, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a Monster Magnet song. Yeah,
I got
man.
my plastic Kirby Jesus on my car right now. Buddy
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. And the funny thing about Kirby is that he's not a young man's artist. Like, when I was a kid, even though the very first comic book that I can remember reading, like before I could even read, was an issue of one of Jack Kirby's Fantastic Fours, like one of the later ones. Where you had, I think, can't remember the issue number. I just remember that Ben Grimm was fighting, the ever-loving Blue-Eyed Ting was fighting a guy named Machismo, right? And let's face it, Kirby could get quite silly sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I love the New Gods, but when I see the Black Racer, this black dude,
Dude, that was
cross-country skiing through the air, I'm like, oh, God.
Well, you know that kind of goes like you got to remember though. This is the same guy that created the Silver Surfer, and if you break it down, the Silver Surfer, he rides a real surfboard.
I know, but it
he's
works.
a cosmic entity. You know what I'm?
But it works for some crazy reason. It works.
But he was trying to do that lightning in a bottle thing. You know what I'm saying with the Black Racer? Like he figured the Black Racer, he'll be a herald of death. I don't like as far as it being a black guy. I think that might have. I don't think race actually played into it. I think he just chose to make him a black guy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't accuse Kirby of having been a racist, right? I mean, he also created the Black Panther. He was, both he and Stan Lee were very, very lefties. Like Jewish New York liberal dudes. They believed very much in the civil rights movement.
I think Stan Lee was more I think he was definitely not a racist or anything like that. But at the time, you got to remember, this is a time when women really didn't have a lot of rights. Mm-hmm. But Kirby actually wrote The Invisible Woman to be like a strong female. But when Stan Lee got a hold of it, he actually he wrote her to be like this weak, female at the mercy of her husband. As far she was always the damsel in distress. But if you look at a lot of those old Fantastic Four issues, the wording doesn't always match up with what Kirby put down as far as visuals.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
If you just flip through them, you get a very different feel than when you actually it's one of the things that develop with time. Is I'm sure Preston's the same. When you have a book you've been waiting for a long time, I usually flip through it. I'll flip through every freaking page sometimes.
Yep.
A whole bunch of times before I even read the full story. Just to get the sense of the,
Sure.
Yeah.
Especially with those old books. Because, they're actually, they're dated. I mean, the story, the writing in there is really, but Kirby's art his techniques are insane. They were way ahead of their time on those old books, and that's
Oh my god!
like
No,
when
no, way ahead of the times. He established techniques.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah,
established
the-
techniques. I
Dude,
mean,
he was
the
like
visual vocabulary of
He was
comics.
the Picasso
Exactly.
of comic
Yeah.
book. The
He-
guy
he
the
wrote
guy
the-
could draw realistic. The guy could draw in
Yeah.
between. He was a cartoonist. He was an animator.
Yeah.
He could draw like a real person, photorealistic. But he
But I,
developed a style that he could draw 4 pages,
yeah.
make it pop in your face like it's an
When I-
action movie.
when
It's
I
like
first
early
got a
cinema.
hold of my first appearance of Galactus, I
Yeah.
can't remember what
Mhm.
fantastic. I got it here.
Oh,
But the
it's
first
so
thing I did
awesome.
was I never read it. I just, I just want to see each panel. Just fucking.
Yep.
I don't like to get like reprints, right? I like the originals, and of course, some of the shit I can't get the originals. They're way out of my price range. But this one was
Yeah, man.
right, and I was. Oh my god, dude! Like you start flipping through there, and it is insane. Like plus reprints don't always capture. Like they always edit it or some shit like that. It's
yeah,
crazy.
and the paper is different, and
Yeah.
obviously like the
And it doesn't have the
printing
smell.
is different.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the smell.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, yeah, I'm a big.
I like
I'm
them.
a fellow book sniffer. You know that.
I freaking like them. And dude, Doc Preston, did you read this one? This
Which
is one of his last creation before he passed.
No,
They
I
did a
never.
reprint.
I want to get a whole. Those are actually really, really cheap. Like all of the later ones that he did, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but that's the
Silver
collected
Star.
edition.
I gotta check that out, dude. Like some of the ones like
Thanks,
OMAC.
Jeff.
When
Yeah, I
I
have
read
the trade.
OMAC, dude. OMAC,
Yeah.
like OMAC's like they're not that expensive to get a hold of. And
Yeah,
I
but
think they're
that was so
considered some
ahead of
Kirby's
his
Manzi
fucking
was
worst
really
work.
cheap.
Yeah,
Dude, Omac was
But-
so ahead of his time.
dude, OMAC was
Oh.
awesome, dude.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
One man Army Corps, bitches.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Like
let's
Omac,
take a-
Omac
take
and
a-
Demon are some of the top creation that he
Oh,
did.
gonna-
the demon.
I'm going to interrupt
Yeah.
you guys briefly for a commercial break here, so that
Thank
we
you so
can
much, Jeff.
get people to pay attention that we're here to sell some book here. We want to make sure that people get themselves a copy of Six Gun Gorilla. Right now, you got all your all your options here. You got your great option here of catching up on everything with getting a floppy of all 8 issues. Right, that would be 8 issues
yeah.
for $100, and that's also
Great
shipped.
deal.
Obviously,
Yeah,
there's
it
the shipping. Yeah, so and then you got Six Gun Gorilla side the Sibar. What's that? Pronounce that, man.
Sibar.
Sibar
Agent
cover.
Adrian Sibar was his name.
Okay.
Yeah. And
And so
that's
it-
the very last piece of Six Gun Gorilla art that he produced. And I always smile when I look at it. I mean, it's bittersweet, but I'm so happy that the last image that last piece of art that he produced for the series, last finished piece of art that he produced for the series was so cheerful.
Yeah, it's beautiful work, man.
It
And so that that is the number 8. That is the book right there. If you're not getting the 10-pack, then you need to get this right here. And then tag on any of these guys here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, and then here's the
And
Preston
then-
Azevedo wraparound cover.
That's yeah. We got to talk about that, man. We got to talk about that.
I did
that's amazing.
use Adrian's, like I'm going to be using Adrian's panels, like a few panels throughout the book that
Mhm.
Adrian did, just kind of repeating the panels, just redoing them in my pencil style. Like if you notice, I think it's page 1.
Yeah.
That first panel, I signed it like Preston Azevedo after Adrian. Yeah.
Oh, did you really?
I did. And every time you see that panel, right? No, page 2. There it is. The first panel on page 2. Yeah. If you notice, like every panel that I swipe from Adrian is going to have that, because I figured it'd be cool to kind of incorporate some of his artwork into the book. You know what I'm saying? Like as far
Yeah.
as like being part of the story.
Yeah. We had a big discussion. You and I, like when you started on this, because it's like Adrian finished 4 or 5 pages of the issue, and it's like, well, I want to do this in a way that's not going to be disrespectful, right?
Yeah.
And and I know Preston well enough to know he's gonna understand. He's gonna know like where the line is, and how to do this in a way that really respects Adrian and his talent. Um, and so far, yeah, no, it looks great, brother. I am so
Yeah.
excited. Can't wait to see what you do also with the actual cemetery without crosses,
Oh,
because
we're gonna roll through that, dude. It's gonna be quick,
oh
but
man,
yeah, like
that's
you got a good crew on this. I mean, I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about Oliver. Oliver's an insanely good colorist, and it was good to be able to secure him to the project, like
oh
get him on board on it.
yeah, thank goodness. Yeah,
Plus,
thanks to you, brother. And that's another thing I recommend to people when it comes to your artists. It's like, well, who do I get for a colorist? Ask your fucking artist. There's gonna be people that they're gonna like to work with, or that they're not gonna like to work
Yeah.
with,
Well,
Not
me
every
and
depending
color,
on
Oliver
what
not
they
e-
do
not every color,
with their work.
not every
Yeah.
colorist can match with the art, and not every artist is easy to color.
Yeah,
Yeah, trust
like
me,
when
dude.
Preston and I did this stream about Bernie Wrightson, and he was going through this beautiful book hardcover that he has of Bernie Wrightson's art. You'd see like on one page the original pencils, and then you'd see the colors, and the colorist would just shit basically took
Eliminate
like
all the detail
multicolored
in the
shit
shadows.
and just smeared it all over like a 5-year-old's
It was a
finger
Jackson
painting.
Pollock. They turned Bernie Rice into work and said Jackson Pollock. Like Bernie's famous for doing shadows, but in the shadows they put details in there, like pieces of the building and stuff like that were super, super subtle, right?
Yeah,
And it looked like this guy just painted black over the whole thing.
it was tragic. It was disgusting. Like it actually made me angry. Like it actually made me go, how fucking dare you do that to a Wrightson, you motherfucker. So always ask your artist like who they like to work with, because you want, like with the Kanan White cover, which was for the trade paperback in the last campaign. I was so happy that he was happy with the way the colors turned out, and they turned out beautiful. They were done by this guy Derek Dow, who does beautiful Western style paintings, and but the fact that he was just like, all right, that looks awesome, that felt good to me. So, yeah.
All right, so the link is in the chat and it's also in the description. So nobody's got any excuses like they can't find it. So go buy books.
most definitely. And this is going to be a great issue. This is where this is going to be like this is the part of the story where everything goes to shit. And that's very often
that does sound great.
It's where everything goes to shit, because in the previous issue, the Big Gun Down, the reason it was called the Big Gun Down is because basically our heroes, Giuliano Schmidt and Six Gun Gorilla, basically almost killed so many people it might actually qualify as like genocide. Like literally wiped out an entire army. And in this issue, things do not go very well for them. Previous issue, Big Gun Down, that was the dream stage. Now we're in the nightmare stage. And y'all know that The Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, because largely that's the part of the story where everything goes to shit. And of course, oh god, I don't want to give away any spoilers. When you see what the cemetery without crosses is, it's gonna fuck you up. You're gonna be like, oh, it's gonna like, if you're already emotionally invested with these characters in this story, and I'm really lucky that people are, I've kicked the shit out of this character. But he's really, really, really going to something something bad is going to happen. He's going to see something that's really going to fuck him up. And but it's not a slow issue either. It is a adventure comic. It's a pulp adventure comic to the core, and there's going to be a big a death trap basically, where there's going to be the big game hunter who Lord Wolsey, who destroyed Kumba's family in the first issue, appears at the beginning of this, and God, how much of this should I tell?
As much as you feel comfortable telling.
All right. Well, there's our arch villain, Lord Alexander Chilblain, who's based on a not a specific actual historical figure, but there were actually like British lords that would like move their ancestral homes, like their castles or their mansions, to like in the middle of nowhere in like Texas, because they had read like all these like wonderful pulp stories about the Old West, and we're like, let's move to the Old West. And
little did they know.
Little did they know. And so, you know, once I got to the arch villain for this story, I knew that the type of arch villain that I needed for this was basically a James Bond villain. And one of the things I always loved about the James Bond villains, one of the ways I rank the James Bond movies, is what is the villain's caper? What is it that they're trying to do, right? And how damn clever are they? And so
they're usually not that clever in James Bond movies, just to be clear.
Yeah, but Goldfinger was definitely
Goldfinger was sinister. He wasn't really that clever.
He was a pioneer.
He just wanted to change the rate of gold, so he could have his was more valuable.
Exactly. He wanted to make it radioactive so you couldn't do anything to it. That's fucking clever. Right? And there's that wonderful scene where he says, like, there are no more frontiers. There are no more barriers to break, except in crime.
Right. No, yeah. Right? No, this is true. And you guys, everybody who watches this it totally knows I'm a huge James Bond fan. Huge. Like I could probably recite every movie right now. And and I read everything that Ian Fleming wrote, including Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. So he
was a pulp writer, man. Pulp writer to the core.
He was amazing writer. I don't buy the fact that he was an actual agent, because that's just like, I think that's a legend. I don't know if he was actually MI6 or not.
I think he was. I think he was, because his good friend Christopher Lee was also working for the British Secret Service. And that's how they knew each other.
Working for British Secret Service doesn't necessarily mean you're MI6, though.
Right. Yeah. But he was up to definitely some hush-hush business of some kind.
Yeah. Right. Well, he had
more like MI5 rather than MI6.
Well, the reason why I don't necessarily know if I buy it is because some of the stuff that he had happened in the books, it's like if you were really in the biz, you may not have gone down that road.
Oh, they're pulp stories. Mm-hmm. They're not meant to be realistic.
Well, they're not.
They're fantasies. They're fantasy stories.
But it does respect gravity and all that kind of stuff. It's just that
you have to.
Yeah,
that's just the thing.
Yeah, but dude, the thing is that James Bond's fucking lucky. Most people would not make that jump. Most people would not make that turn. Most people won't dodge that bullet. But he does.
Abnormally lucky. Abnormally lucky. Yes. Like blessed in a way that the only time that something goes wrong is it because it needed to, so that something else can go right more.
Exactly. And let's face it, that is a big part of pulp literature. Now, I love Fleming, but he's not even close to being my favorite. I'm an Edgar Rice Burroughs guy. I'm a Robert E. Howard guy. and also a Lovecraft guy.
Yeah.
And
Well, no, what Fleming wasn't very descriptive. Like he didn't take a whole lot of time explaining the visuals to In Your Mind.
yeah,
He was more like he would spend more time describing breasts than he would a scene.
Okay, we understand that technically James Bond was the same thing as Harlequin, like romance novel for women, but for men. That's what it was. It was technically a fantasy adventure.
I
for
actually
men.
I've
Yeah,
read
that's
a
what it
few
was.
Harley
It was
Quinn,
yeah.
dream to be James Bond, going to casinos, having the big luxurious cars, having every fucking woman wanting to jump your
Yes.
bone and maybe trying to kill you. We never
Yes.
know.
It was
Yes.
The life of danger.
It was
Right.
it was the style of what you would call the detective novella. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
they all had that same guy that was buffed out, did securities or something. You know what I mean? And then he always had the women chase. I mean, that's why Captain Love is the way Captain Love is because of that whole genre. You know,
Right.
you expect that from that kind of guy in a comic book, in a story, and something like that. That's why it's like that. You know what I mean? If anybody's curious, it is, you know.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I didn't want Six Gun to be is I didn't want it to be, I wanted it to be sincere. I didn't want it to be one of those comics that's always like everything is so goddamn self-aware these days, right? Everything's always winking at you, like, hey, see, we're in on the joke. I was like, no, the way to do this is fucking poker faced, because it's more right. Not so that it becomes ponderous, but because it's more fun when you take a really wild premise and you play it as straight as you possibly can. It's just more fun.
That's what I
Right.
tried to do with Blood Hunt.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm having so much fun writing that crossover. It's gonna be sick, people. It's gonna be sick. I've got I finished at first it was gonna be like one issue, and then like guys, I'm like on page 30, and like they're still beating the piss out of each other.
Okay, send me. I want to read.
Oh well, dude, I did, didn't I? Did I send you the copy with the new opening?
Nope. No, that's what I'm saying. No, you sent me. I still
Oh.
have the first copy you ever sent.
Oh my bad, brother. You should get on my case when it comes to shit like that.
No, dude, you're busy right now.
A little, yeah, but not that busy. You know, I can.
And you were still sending me a message. Oh, dude, I'm working on it. I'm still working on it. Send it.
So there's
That shit, god damn it.
so again,
I want
everybody
to read that new intro.
the featured
You will.
the
I'll send
featured
it to you.
the featured perk on Six Gun Gorilla. It covers all the issues, so you can get caught up if you don't have, and you need this. If you don't have the trade paperback and issue 7, you need this here.
One
Unless you
question
want to buy
for
them
you, Brian.
individually.
Yes, please.
One question for you, Brian, about that perk.
Yes.
I know that you have multiple covers for number 8. You
Yes.
seem to be having only one cover for the previous issues. Am I right?
Yes.
So you have 2 covers, right? Or 3 covers for the issue number 8?
2 covers so far.
You have 2 covers. You have the Preston one, and you have that one that I see right there.
Yeah.
Which one do you get with the all issues, or do you get both covers?
Excellent question. Yeah. The Greater Point 5 peeps asked me that last night, and I do have to change things so that it specifies that the default cover is the Adrian Sabar cover. And
Okay.
then the Preston is a variant, and I might add it so that you can add that one.
That's what I was gonna say. Did you put it as an add-on? Yeah.
Right. I haven't yet, but I certainly shall. And normally I'm not crazy about the idea of variant covers, but the backers want them, so I don't feel guilty. I don't feel like I'm double dipping.
Yeah, and that fucking Preston cover looks fucking awesome.
Fucking
Don't tell him I told you, okay?
Yeah.
He
That's
can be
the
a
first
dick,
one.
and his
Oh.
ego's getting big. Oh, fuck,
Oh.
he's here.
Right?
You're
Yeah.
doing a damn straight
You gotta
here.
keep him down to earth. Yeah, it's okay, Preston. You're
When
not
I go out of
quite.
town, I have to pack an extra suitcase in my ego.
It's like, yeah,
We're doing
you're not
doing
quite,
another cover. We're doing
Bisley
a
level.
old Westy type of Clint Eastwood cover with Six Gun. That's going to be it's going to be a more traditional version of the Somewhere in Time cover.
Oh, awesome,
But
dude.
it's-
So you're still doing that, huh?
Yeah, but it's
Fuck yeah.
going to be an exact same cover except Old West, and not futuristic. And,
Yeah, definitely want the Preston cover.
Oh, it's
gonna get it.
really stunning. And also, if you could blow up the image, it is loaded down with Easter eggs. Like quite a few. There's Sim hanging out right over there. I mean, not that he drew him to actually like resemble Sim. He just happens to look just like Sim. And then
All
there's
right. Well,
like the umbrella symbol for Tug, and oh, dude, lots
So
all up
we-
in that bitch.
we've been at this for a little over an hour and a half. So let's see.
And it's
what
4 minutes
the,
to midnight.
let's see what the campaign says here.
10 minutes to midnight.
Wow.
Oh, getting close.
dude.
Oh, dude, if I could get it within 24 hours, that'd be badass. But if not, that's still cool. Thank you everybody for your support. I really, really appreciate it. I'm so happy just to be able to do this.
Well, you're 1,100, less than 1,100 away from your goal right now. So
Yeah, you're pretty slow.
so we need so buy 11 of the featured tiers, and he'll be there.
Oh, and I think we still might have 2 drawn in tiers.
Did Chris buy one yet?
And I'll be doing some sketch cards soon. I need to get on them.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Oh
Thank
shit!
you, thank
sold
you,
2
thank
of
you, son.
those? That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, Sim, greatly appreciated. Thanks to everybody that's been helping out with this campaign, and to
Might
everybody that's been supporting.
I might do something different than sketch cards.
Alright. Like what? Like guitar picks?
Don't ask.
Dick pics. You can do dick pics.
Gorilla
Right.
dick pics.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's gonna be a special set called the Anatomy of the Ape.
You know, I'm gonna go a
You
step
technically
further.
draw every
Yeah.
piece of the gun.
I'm gonna put a little cowboy hat on my penis, and that's gonna be.
and sign it. It's an original. It's an
And I'm
Acevedo.
not gonna shave for a good while, and
Yeah.
we're just gonna.
You're not gonna manscape.
Nope. Gonna be the gorilla special.
Oh God. Yeah. Oh man. There was this guy, this wealthy dude, who owned like a big like nature preserve, right? And he had some gorillas, and he would go into like the gorilla enclosure, and this big old silverback, right, like 800 pounds of muscle, would just grab him. And like, when an 800-pound gorilla grabs you, you're his bitch. So you only have one option, and that's just to go limp, right? And this gorilla just completely just like wrapped its legs and its arms around him. So you just see this massive gorilla with this little head sticking out, right? And this gorilla would just go, It looked like it was kissing him, right?
That's what people tell me. That's what it's like in jail.
Right? Yeah. Oh, dude, very prison sexy. But the guy said, like, yeah, it looks like he's kissing me, but it's actually something more sinister. He's trying to eat my eyelashes. And every now and then he gets one, and it's quite painful. But yeah, gorillas are oh god, if they wanted to hurt you, they could fuck you up so bad. But they're
Jeff has a question for you here.
Are you gonna have more stuff to sell, Brian? Yes, Jeff, I am. Yes, I am. Phil, curse you, Phil. Diaz, really went like he took like the swag shit to the next level. Like with the cards and the bookmarks and all this other stuff, it's at the point now when I just get a comic book and there's not all this other shit falling out of it. I'm like, where's all my extra shit, right? So I got to keep up with the Joneses, and there's gonna be scratch cards, there's gonna be bookmarks, there's gonna be prints. I'm thinking there might be T-shirts. There, George Peter Gatsis is doing a miniature, and yeah, this is going to be a living campaign. This is going to be an active campaign. One of my big mistakes with my last 2 campaigns is that I wasn't giving updates as much as I should. Like, I felt bad. The last update it said like update number 8. And I kind of cringed. I went, ugh. You know, I mean, you don't need, like, some people almost overdo it with the updates, but
Sim.
Sim.
Dude, update every 2 weeks. Fuck you.
Blood Hunt.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, but
oh,
dude,
man.
Blood Hunt was 4 months and a half of not getting my money. If you have a problem with it, well, you know, you can suck it.
Well, remember
It's
you
called
have...
updating my investors.
There you go. Exactly.
Daily.
So
Daily.
I'm gonna try to be more sim-like and keep you all posted, and like certain things, like for instance the miniature that's going to be available by itself or as an add-on, right? It's not going to be
cool?
something that everybody gets, because that would be
cool,
impossible.
You know, be a cool add-on is the Preston Acevedo wraparound cover as a landscape poster.
A lot of people have been asking for that.
Yeah, 11 by 17.
A lot of people have been asking for that.
11 by 17 is very affordable. We can talk on the details on that if you want.
Oh, hell yeah. That sounds like a great idea. Shit like that. Yeah. And people can let me know, like, hey, what would you like to see? And, like, people have been asking for a miniature, and they've been asking for, since they've seen this incredible wraparound cover, they've been asking, like, hey, is that available as a poster? I'm like, well, it can be. So, like I said, this is going to be a living campaign. This is going to be an active campaign. I know one of the things that people really like when they invest in a comic book is when they feel like they're part of the process, or as privy to the process as possible. So I'm going to try to be better that way this time. Oh, what up, Slipstick? Let's see who's in the chat. Bronson still hanging out. Jeff. Yeah, J Money. What up, J Money? Yeah, so people are going to dig this issue. And this is the first time I'm actually doing it the proper way, which is crowdfunding the book and then making the book. Because this is the first campaign where I don't have a finished book at launch. So this thing is still it's still taking shape. And so backers, I'm going to be sending you images of the comic as it's taking shape, with Preston's permission, of course. You know, so you're gonna see, like, you're gonna be privy to, like, early views, looks at the art.
Oh, I don't care. Like, if I was you, I would definitely do a black and white edition. Yeah,
I really want to do that.
Yeah.
I really want to do that because
like, I don't know if I would do it as I don't know. What would you do that? Maybe an add-on or something like that?
Or an ash can.
Oh, you
or
can
an
do
add-on, or its
too.
own thing.
Yeah, I mean, I got enough fucking gorilla sketches over here for you to put in there.
You know what? You can really put the love in it and just print them out on 8.5 by 11 pages right out of your printer and just staple them and then send them to everybody. There you go.
Yeah, I know, right?
That'd be old school punk rock DIY style.
Old school Ninja Turtle style.
Yeah, exactly. Eastern and Laird, they didn't have Mix'em. That's one of the things that's so amazing about doing what we're doing right now, is that the technology is at a place where we can have miniatures, where we can it's democratized the medium.
I have been keeping my eye on and price checking 3D printers like gangbusters, man.
So cool.
Dude,
they're affordable too.
If you don't need to print large stuff, they really are. The thing that I've been concerned with is the quality of the print itself. You know what I mean? I've been researching it because some of them, even though they have a fine print head, don't print high quality. But the filament itself is a plastic material, and you put it in and it comes out and it dries. You don't have to heat press it. You don't have to do anything special. You just run it and let it cool. You know what I mean? And the technology is super awesome because if they have a power outage, it'll pick up right where it left off.
That's so cool. Sim, that's your 3D printer, right?
That's a resin 3D printer, yeah, and the curer and cooker.
Bitchin'. Oh,
Yeah, you
God.
know, the stuff that I've been looking at doesn't require a cooker. Why is it just different materials or what?
What you're looking at is not resin printing. Resin
Hmm.
printing requires a little UV cooking after it's been done. You need to print it. You wash it in either, depending on the resin, it's isopropyl alcohol, or right now they have water cleaning ones. So you wash out the residue, and when that's clean, because it's still toxic, so you need to wear your gloves. You cook them in that little UV thing that cooks for a few minutes, and then after that, it's hard as hell. It's ready to go, be painted, and you can touch it with your hand. And
So cool.
So like, what's the difference? Just that one's resin and one's like plastic or something?
no,
Or
one's
what?
resin and has way more.
They
Way
call it like what
more.
do they call? They call it like silicone glass is what they call the material that they use in the ones that I was looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me, it's resin and it's with a monoscreen LCD and it cooks with UVs and it's the reason why I prefer that because pinpoint little details on tiny little figurines
Mhm.
and that's what I want because I'm starting a collection of technically this size of figurine of all my IPs and we're doing the same thing for Inkslayer.
Oh,
So
that's so
every
cool.
Inkslayer IP is gonna have, and I also want to do those because I can.
Oh, I know there are a lot of people that use them for Warhammer minis.
Yep. And dude, they print really high details. And the one
That's
I
awesome.
bought, it's a monoscreen LCD, and it goes faster than the old one, so you can have a full printed little mini for like in 3-4 hours.
That's so cool.
Then the fun part is after that you can mold them, cast them,
Oh, that's
and
amazing.
have
Are you
Yeah.
are you getting the software to go ahead and do it yourself, Sim, or you got somebody that's going to do it for you?
I have ZBrush, I have a bachelor, that's what I studied in, dude.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I'm doing my own sculpting.
So he's gonna have somebody do it for him.
No, that's later down. At first, I'm doing it myself, but I do know a lot of people that can do them.
I was like, the 3D printers remind me of when they first came out with Bubble Jet.
Mhm.
Right.
You know? And Bubble
Mhm.
Jet was kind of
Yeah.
app whenever it would print out and stuff like that. And
But do you remember the old 3D pen? That's how it all started.
That actually reminds me. It reminds me of.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
reminds-
The old thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the filament 3D printer started.
It kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me of the 3D printers. Kind of remind me of the first laser printers. So
yeah.
Right. Well, it's the technology is so cool. I totally forgot to send George an invite. I just shot him one if he feels like hopping in, because the thing that's just really insane about this is that he's made it modular, so that you can take the hat off and you can take the poncho off. Right now, if you're like a mini painter, experienced mini painter like myself, that's super convenient, right? Yeah, you can get all the right spots very, very easily. That also allows you to customize it. So if you want them without the hat or you want them without the poncho, whatever. But the thing that I just find incredibly cool and ultra bitchin' wicked cool is that
ultra
the
bitchin'
arms,
wicked cool.
ultra bitchin' wicked cool. It's the only way to describe this. Is that the arms are attached by magnets like the old Micronauts toys, and you can pop them off and swap them with arms that are holding the Gatling gun, which is just mind-boggling to me. Yeah, but George is a genius with these things, man. So yeah. Oh, and then of course there's the unofficial bootleg 6-gun gorilla action figure. And it is my 6-gun gorilla,
Right.
not that other one. You can
See
tell
what
by
I
the
have right
hat and everything. Oh yeah. That's our Raul Partha Death Dealer, Frank Frazetta Death Dealer bootleg from that's from way back in the day. That's actually made out of lead. They don't make them out of lead anymore.
Yeah, that was a gift from Brian.
Yeah, this was called a Cactus Joe, I think, which is
Cactus
cool.
Joe.
Cactus Joe. Yeah, it's cool. I still haven't painted this thing, but yeah, it cracked me up when I saw this. I definitely had to get one. They did add one thing though to that makes them slightly different. He's smoking a cigar. Smoking a cigar.
Yeah, they also have. I was also looking real quick at the materials and the filaments for these 3D printers. They also use a thermoplastic material. It says here it's called it's used ABS. So it's a strong thermotastic material. I don't know what ABS stands for though.
So
Yeah,
the
but that's
so the printer, I'm guessing it heats this stuff up and turns it into liquid, and then it just kind of pours it
Yeah,
with
those
the.
are that's a regular filament printer. Yeah, that's how it's
So
ABS. You have 3 types of plastic that they use. You have concoction with wood and this and metal. The same thing with the resin. Like right now, there's resin that's mixed with wood. There's resin that's mixed with some metal, so it has that little glitter in it.
right.
Mhm.
What is the weight like for these things? Like, are
Uh,
they like plastic minis, or are they
they're like plastic. They're like plastic minis. It's just resin, but the thing is, you can cast and mold them with something lighter.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they go from different sizes. The printers themselves, so like some of them will go like 6x6, some of them will go 8x8. 8x8x8. You know what I mean? Where so and depending on the more you spend, the bigger they can get. Like but basically, if you're looking for something affordable. You know what I mean? Like this one right here I'm looking at right now. It says 220 by 220 by 250. So that's what, like 7x7 by 7.5. You know what I mean? Roughly 7x7, 7.25. So that's and those are centimeters. You know what I mean? So that 220 is centimeters. So that would basically be like a 7-inch. I mean, by 7-inch by 7-inch. That's fucking huge. That's what,
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you could do a lot with that, and I imagine the detail on something like that at that point could be pretty impressive. I mean, the ones that George did for us were really, really, really small. So I mean, the detail would be limited because of the size.
Right.
But I mean,
That's the thing that I like the resin printer for. It's not as much.
Oh, really?
Can you share my screen for a sec?
Yeah.
There you go, Preston. This is something I started when a bit before that I need to get back to.
Have you done any prints with your printer yet, Sim?
Oh, hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you have to sand it still or get the ridges off of it, or is it?
He would look much cooler.
Oh.
He would look cool with hands, dude. I'm just saying.
Dudes.
Oh,
tall
really?
is it?
Can you?
You're really?
Can you or can you not see minis for Blood Hunt Doc Salem? Like one of each of them, where if you
Yep.
put them together, they're like in a pose
Yeah,
or something.
obviously. It's obvious gonna happen.
How tall are you
Hell
going
yeah.
with it?
Hmm?
Are you
Right now,
gonna-
depending on how I want to build them, because the thing is, you can see. Okay, you can see the cursors. Okay,
Could
so
you
the
go
thing
12
is,
inches if you wanted to?
yeah, but the thing is, I'm limited to a 6.90 inch, right? So the thing is, I could split them in two, like at the torso, right?
Yeah.
Make a little connection, right? So we can print one
Right.
piece, the other piece, click. That's
what I
how
was
I'm
saying,
thinking.
like,
I'm
so
thinking
cool.
of building
Yeah.
them like like a little puzzle. Sometimes you connect
Uh-huh.
the arms. I could
So
3D
they
print
have
the night.
articulation.
That'd be
Yeah,
totally
and they
cool.
can have also a
Yeah.
personalized box. Like you have a bloodhound
Ah,
box.
yeah,
You
that's
open it,
badass.
and then you have the pieces. You put it back. You put it together. Decide to glue them, paint them, and
Right,
you
you can
obviously
swap their
paint them.
hands and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Oh man, so cool.
So you can have like his hands with the claw or not the claw, the gun or not the gun. Hence why he has no fucking hands.
Have you printed have you printed anything with your 3D printer yet that you can show us?
Not yet. I'm too busy. I have other stuff to do first, and
What if it doesn't work? What are you gonna do? Haven't you tested it?
I opened it, I tested it, but I haven't printed with it, and it's guaranteed. I have an insurance.
Now, when you have a file like this, right? You can send that file to someone else, or somebody else can send you a file of what they've done, and you can print it on your printer.
Yeah, like right
That's
now,
so cool.
like right now, Scotsman already modeled the entire logo of the Inkslayer with the triangle, the skull,
Oh hell yeah!
and that's gonna be the base for everything, and also a token that we're gonna be giving our backers.
Oh hell yeah! And man, anybody that hasn't watched Scotsman's streams where he's coloring, you think that shit would be really boring? It's actually really interesting. The amount of detail, like you were saying, Sim, like with digital, the amount of detail that you can go into is just insane.
Yeah,
So
look,
fucking cool.
I can show you that page, not the one I was working on, but hold on, I can show you that one from the Outlaw Night.
And I am on page
Check this
9.
out.
Of,
Can you share my
of-
screens? True, for a sec.
Oh.
Because Brian hasn't seen this. So here you have the Drew Brew.
Oh yeah, you showed this to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
should- yeah.
Okay, so I don't need to show you.
But it doesn't mean the people watching. It doesn't mean the people in the chat.
Oh, but
Fuck
you
you
showed it
too,
here, but I didn't think you were there. I didn't think you were there. You didn't know I was
It's feeling
working on Hotline Night.
underappreciated. This is what happens when Sim feels underappreciated.
No, I was mistaken. I thought you didn't know I was working on Outline Night and I didn't show you. I felt
Oh
bad.
man.
Oh,
That's
you
all
took
good,
over
brother.
Outlaw Nights? That's
Yeah,
all.
man.
he still had 8 pages to do, so I took it. Yeah.
Yeah, good on you, brother. But yeah, that's not an enviable position for an artist. I can't be.
Nobody accepted the price. So.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, and so at the if we hit 10,000, those miniatures are going to be available. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to get one. It means that they'll be available for purchase. If we hit 20,000, then I know for sure I'm going to be able to add extra pages to this thing. And the 8 extra pages are going to be an 8-page short story that is going to introduce one of the characters from the Six Gun Gorilla Extended Universe, as I'm calling it. When I started the series, it was
Revolver
always
Chimp?
with the... What was that?
Revolver Chimp.
Revolver Chimp? You're thinking of AR-15 orangutan, I think, or grenade launcher Gibbon. No, what's gonna?
There you go. We're building an entire crew.
Yeah, the Prime 8. Yeah.
There you go.
So my intention right from the start was I'm gonna finish this 10-issue arc. There's a bunch of other books I want to do that aren't Six Gun Gorilla related, but one of the things I want to do once I finish this first 10-issue arc is I want to do after that a book called Any Gun Can Play, and it's going to be a kind of Magnificent Seven of the Weird West. That's to say, Six Gun Gorilla is going to be a character in it, but he's not going to be the lead character. He's going to be part of an ensemble. And what I want to start doing is I want to start introducing people to those characters in the form of backup stories for the remaining 3 issues. And in this issue, if we hit 20,000, then I know that I can bankroll this. It's going to introduce a character known as the Dandy, who is kind of the world's first school shooter. A guy who was born in the ruling class, landed gentry. Sounds like a very cushy existence, but he was very physically frail and was sent, like many boys of the ruling class, to a British boarding school, and those places could be absolute hell. The amount of abuse, physical, sexual, psychological that went on in these places was notorious. And so he has a miserable time at school. He goes home for Christmas, and his uncle has showed up, and he's just been to the New World, and he brought him a little present, a little souvenir from America, and it's a cult peacemaker. And well, he will have a replica.
He don't make no peace, huh? Is what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah. But basically, he goes back to school. He takes it with him, and when the bullies pick on him, he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put a stop to that shit." So he ends up doing some horrible things. He kills some people, kills some of his bullies. He also, before he leaves, he shoots the cook in the leg for making such horrible food, and he's on the run. He heads to America and to escape from the law, and disappears into the Old West. And since he really, can't stand the idea of real physical work or real physical labor, becomes a bounty hunter. So he's called the Dandy because, of course, dandies were guys who were just really well dressed. Classic example would be Beau Brummel. He's
That,
like the most
penis.
famous.
They also like penis.
So he's
Well,
like
some of
space.
them-
So he's like Space Dandy.
And
Well,
He's a dandy guy. He's a dandy
more like-
guy.
More like
In the
Oscar
West.
Wilde. More like
dandies.
More like this
dandies-
guy.
Dandies, well dressed or dressed in clothes that were a little bit feminine for the era, as
Yes.
well as they liked to wear women's perfume, and that's a real thing.
Yes, and they would smoke opium-tainted cigarettes and that kind of a thing. So we've got this guy, he's like, riding through the Old West with like a little parasol and everything. Stone killer. So, you've got all these roughneck types that will start shit with him, but he's quick with a pistol. And, it's the great, it's the cult peacemaker he discovers becomes like the great physical equalizer. And so he's going to be one of an assortment of characters that are going to appear. There's Sam Hain. He's sort of like the dark, spooky guy, sort of like Django. I'm talking about the original Django, the Franco Nero Django, or Sartana. That's to say, he's like sort of like the dark, spooky, gloomy angel of death guy, except he really isn't. It's just an act. It's this performance, this persona that he creates that he finds very useful. And he's also, like a magician and a hypnotist and that kind of a thing. So he's very good at tricking people and the bad guys into thinking that, that he's something that he's not. Like this supernatural, almost supernatural kind of killer. Then there's Sledge Road and the Blazing Szechuan Kid. They're a pair that patrol the railroads, which were being built at the time, enforcing justice because they were on the receiving end of a great deal of injustice. Sledge Road was somebody that tried to organize the workers into striking because, of course, you had the Chinese at that time and freed slaves that were, basically being sent to their death. They were expendable labor, and a lot of them died. While blasting holes in mountains and that sort of shit to get the railroad through. So he causes a lot of trouble, and the railroad barons teach him a lesson, and they chop off his right hand so that he can't wield a sledgehammer anymore.
Or masturbate well.
Well, you don't know if he's a southpaw though, right? He might be a southpaw.
But then they went after the wrong hand. So.
He replaces the severed hand with a sledgehammer head, and that's why he's called Sledge. And then there's the Phantom Vaquero. There's Padre Boomerang, who is a Franciscan monk who had to flee to the Old West because of his gambling problem. And before he came to the Old West, he went to Australia, where he learned how to use a boomerang from some of the native, Aborigine people. And so that's a way that he can fight where he's not killing anybody. Because, he's still a priest, even though he drinks too much and has a gambling addiction. He still has a code against killing. And then there's the Phantom Vaquero. And the Phantom Vaquero is so mysterious, nobody even knows what he looks like. So that's why I just have a question mark there. Nobody ever sees him. It's like, there might be like some bad guys waiting to ambush them, our heroes, as they're on their way to their destination. But when they arrive, the people that were like the goons that had been sent to ambush them are either dead or like tied up and like hanging from trees. And who was it? It was the Phantom Vaquero. So he's sort of like a take on like the Ghost Rider character, the original Ghost Rider character. The guy that was like dressed up to look like a ghost in the old Marvel comics. Except, like I said, he's so mysterious, like nobody even knows what he looks like. Although he will appear in the form of a voice from the dark at certain points. So he's sort of the guy that Sam Hain is pretending to be. He's like the actual guy. So yeah, that's down the pipeline.
Down the pipeline after 20K.
I thought of another name while we were talking for another character.
Yeah.
Bowie Wistity.
Boa Wistity?
Yeah, Bowie Wistity. So imagine a little freaking monkey with a giant freaking Bowie knife. That was so freaking hilarious. Right?
Oh, right? Or like a monkey grinder monkey with like
Yeah.
a straight razor.
Yeah.
Be fucking nasty as hell, man. Oh my god, I can't believe that AR-15 gorilla is like a thing. Because that was Mo Biggs trolling me, and now it's like a thing. Like, now it's gonna happen.
Well, that's one of the things that makes those type of comics fun. Usually, it's those word games like what's the name, Grave Robbers.
Yeah.
Like I was telling, like that's one of the things that why I was interested in the book so much. It's if you know anything about Lucky Luke.
Yes.
And those type of comics like from back in the
yeah.
days, like Asterix and Obelix.
Yep.
Every name was a pun. Was a play on word like game. It was like panoramics, assurance, mean like the guys insured for every risk. Because every time he would open his mouth and start singing, he would get beat the fuck up.
Oh, I just got
you-
that.
you just got
all
it.
my life.
So
all
that's
my
why
life.
his
I never
name
knew
was
that.
Assurance Turix because it's insured for every risk.
Oh my god, I had no idea. I had no idea. Well, I'm more familiar with Lucky Luke. Is Lucky Luke's name like something like that, or
Not him, but there's a lot
Not
of
him,
characters in
okay.
there that
Gotcha.
are like that. Remember all the Indian names? They're
Oh,
all
wow.
puns.
Oh wow, yeah, it's been it's been a
They
while.
all play on names. Yep.
Did you see like the live action like Lucky Luke like TV movies that they made with Terrence Hill?
Yep.
They're like, they're okay.
But the only good movie that they made, because the French they made some Lucky Luke and they're not that good. It's the Dalton one, the Ballad of the Daltons. Dude, if you
I
like
haven't
Lucky
seen it.
Luke, watch that one, because it's about the Daltons and you do get a guy Lucky Luke in it, and he has him good.
Oh, excellent.
And it's the only good movie that they ever made of Lucky Luke, other than Terrence Hill was just because we like Terrence Hill. Come on, let's
Right.
be honest here.
Yeah.
Terrence Hill with a talking horse. Come on.
Yeah. No, I love that dude. What's the name of the movie that you just mentioned?
It's the Ballad of the Daltons or something like that.
The Ballad of the Daltons. And I'm gonna have to run upstairs real quick and get a refill. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Lucky Luke, Ballad of the Daltons. Not rated. Action comedy.
Bronson has a suggestion for you there, Brian.
What up, Bronson? Let me see.
You see, we'll do Six Gun Godzilla. Yep.
Godzilla. Oh God. Yeah, I mean, like the Bancroft's chat is very much like its own thing, and so I was like, well, I'll plot the thing for free, and then Ink Spots jumped in and was like, I'll ink it for money.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's like the chat is gonna write it, and well, it's gonna be whatever it's gonna be. We'll see,
And the Blue Muppet arrives.
What up, George?
Why am I here?
Because we were talking about.
We were talking about your genius, dude. And I just have to run real quick and get a refill. I'll be right back.
This is not the stream I was looking for.
It's not the
I thought this was Ethan's stream. What the hell?
Yeah.
That would have been funny.
Okay, what are we talking about?
We're talking about Six Gun Gorilla.
Okay, awesome. What's going on?
Well, we were talking earlier about 3D printers and resin versus ABS and that kind of stuff, which your name came up a lot because you had designed the models and stuff, and how all the pieces come off and are interchangeable by magnet and whatnot. So
Yeah, it takes a little elbow grease.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. Pointing the. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now. The campaign's live, eh?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Oh,
Went
jeez.
live last night. Yeah. So he's basically trying to get 10 grand so that he can throw this in as an add-on. So.
Wow, $10,000 for one figurine. Woo!
No. Yeah, that would be funny, right? 10 grand for one figurine, Brian?
No. Once we hit 10 grand, that's going to unlock the figurine, and it will be available for people to purchase by itself or as a add-on. Does that sound like a good idea to you guys, or should I change that?
And how much are you going to be asking for it?
I don't know. That's up to George. He hasn't.
Do you have a packaging plan for it too?
None whatsoever.
Because if you're gonna add it, you're gonna have to mail it. You better have something to pack it properly with.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure I could find like
Do
little
you have any?
boxes.
Do you have any old socks?
I got bubble wrap. I got a shit ton of bubble
Yeah,
wrap.
okay. You can wear the bubble wrap for your new socks. So your old socks.
Oh Christ. Oh man. Yeah. It sure looks sweet though, man. We were just before you came in. We were talking about 3D printers.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's DMing right now? Mute yourself, for crying out loud.
What?
I hear the keyboard going. Tick,
What's
tick,
that?
Tick, 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 tick.
I never heard of
What
what
were
you
you saying?
said. Like you
What were you saying, Brian?
robot knowing me.
I don't know, what was I saying? Oh, I was saying we were talking about 3D printers. Like Sim was showing off his, and we're discussing the difference between resin and I forget what the other one is, but it was
Filament printing.
Filament,
Yeah.
thermo whatever plastics. What?
Thermal filament plastic printing.
yeah,
Yeah.
Thermoplastic material, yeah. ABS.
Right now, if you guys will just forgive me.
What do
I have
you
to
use,
order a
George?
pizza.
Do you use resin? Do you use
No,
filament?
I'm not stupid enough to use resins. I use just standard plastic, PLA.
There you go. PLA.
So
Yeah, he's
PLA
not not stupid. He's just retarded.
Oh, heat, smoke, man.
Sim, that took you 3-4 seconds.
Yeah.
That takes too
Oh,
long. Man.
Yeah, I had to decide if
shit.
it was worth my time to just waste 2 seconds and say it.
Oh man, but oh god, like Sim was showing off this Nat the Merc figurine that he's working on. That looks sweet.
It looks like his drawing, just straight on. No, what do you call it? Characteristics in the illustration.
Yeah, he actually looks like the character.
Except no hand. Except no hands. You got no hands.
Yeah, no hands. The Mike Magnolia of Comicsgate, no hands. Better no feet.
So, at least, well, yeah, but at least he's not like the Liefeld, with no feet.
So I got a question. George would be able to answer this because he's like a brilliant on this stuff. So here I'm gonna stop screen here and share a different one real fast.
Okay. Who's typing like a bat out of hell?
Brian.
No, it's not me. I'm actually like looking at Grubhub.
We all know where it is.
Starving like a bitch. I'm starving like a bitch.
We see the icon glow.
Yeah, I know, right?
By the way, don't get the wood filament. I
Don't
got
be
it.
slow, Muppet.
It's crap. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely bad. I put it to multiple settings and all that stuff, and worst purchase ever. The wood filament really sucks. It will dry up in your printer right away. After 4 prints, I had to clean the printer again. I had large files to print, and I'm telling you, it's terrible. It would if the thing doesn't go through the printer right, your print your print will end up being brittle.
Okay. Wow.
Literally, it will end up being brittle. So if the print doesn't come up perfect, if it does, it will lay when it goes to create the hexagon in the middle of the thing. The hexagon itself will become corrupted, so you can literally poke it, and it'll crush under your finger as you poke the hexagon inside.
So I was gonna ask you the question, like you can see right here where you can see like a print pattern on this. Can you guys see that?
It's like if this is their best representation of the product, hell no. I got better prints than these guys did, and I'm not happy with the product.
Yeah.
In fact,
I also heard bad reviews about the wood filament one and also the resin. They're not accurate. There's also organic what is it, plant-based one that's supposed to be very organic, and it's very brittle as well.
So like
see right there, wood. See it? Look. I mean, look.
That's actually.
It's got wood. It's got particles in it. That's all that stuff. Blah blah blah. The point is that no, do not use this. I mean, look at it. I should be like, I should have used this up. I should,
right.
But it's not just this. I had like 6 spools.
Oh my God!
6 spools.
So you bought in bulk, homeboy.
Oh man!
I always buy in bulk. I had 6 spools. 6 spools of this. I went through 2 of them, and I said screw it, and I got a color that's the nearest color to this in plastic. And then I just redid the job, but this.
Did you try the metallic one, George?
Yes, it's good.
It's good.
It's good, but you're gonna have to clean your printer every second print because the metallic filaments, if you don't keep your printer going, like boom, 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 they will actually adhere to the inside of the nozzle. Between the nozzle hot end and the cool part where the plastic is fed through. So
does the plastic come out smooth, or is it always got like a pattern to it? I've seen different like items where like how this is nice and smooth and curved.
Yeah, well, no. You got to make sure that your nozzle head is clean, and your print will come out nice and smooth. But see, right now this image here I'm looking at, they did it on a one nozzle. This is not a 2 or 3 or 4 nozzle. That's a 1 nozzle. I know the difference between a 1 and a 4. 4 is usually the standard nozzle, and most 3D printers, these are done at a 1 nozzle. I can tell the difference.
Okay, I can see like little patterns in some of these, like that was obviously intentional.
But usually the one of the things that you'll often, if you look in, you'll have like one of those little lines thing.
Yeah, well,
but you can send them off.
That's total BS. If you do it on a 1 nozzle, and you make sure that your alignment is good, and that you make. If your print is anywhere between 45, 50, 55 and 60 and 70 degrees, the problem is it's the subtle curve, right? If you have a 45 degree angle, or 90 degrees is straight up, 45 is obviously 45 off of the 90, and the horizontal is horizontal, right?
Right.
If your print is between 45 and 90 in terms of the curves and all that, can somebody turn off mute their mics, honestly, or quit typing? Show some respect for Sin, that bastard. All right.
It's not bothering me.
So if your angle, well, no, it's going to bother the people who are trying to listen to this when it's on replay. Gosh, how many replays is this video going to have? 4, maybe 5?
All because of the typing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Okay, no, but if your angle is good, you'll be able to have a good print. But if your angle is too steep, meaning 45 or closer to horizontal, you gotta set your settings to have a good support unit or bridge options but that's really up to the software that you use. A lot of the times, if you're really going to do 3D printing correctly, invest in a printer that has double head, so that way one head has the actual the plastic, the second head has the water soluble support material. So you set your printer heads to the printer nozzle to 1.0, and you'll have as good a resin print as that's a client, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's all good.
You'll have a good resin print. Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah, okay, I got it. Hold on. All right, I'll call you back. We'll talk on Discord. Bye. All right. So
George is in demand, yo.
Oh, shoot! I wasn't muted. Oh, you son of a bitch.
It's in demand, son.
Did you get the three numbers at the back of my card? Is that right? No. No. So that's the best way to go. Get the printer with the two heads, and print at or get a nozzle that has a 0.1, not a 0.4. Everybody does a 0.4 because that's what they usually come with, which is total bullshit. If you put a 0.1 nozzle in the machine and do your software settings to a 0.1 nozzle, you'll end up getting resin quality prints without having to worry about the vapors, the waste of the liquid. And you'll be able to actually produce high quality figurines where you don't even have to worry about the cleanup, other than just snap it off.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cool.
How detailed can the quality get, George? Like, how does it? How detailed?
If you take something and you hold it in your hands, okay, Brian. Hold something in your hands. Pick up a pen and hold it in your hands.
Your penis. Put your penis.
All right. Okay.
You're tempting me. You're tempting me, homeboy.
Okay, no. Okay, no. Don't present it to me. Hold it like you would be looking at it yourself.
Oh. Like contemplating it?
Okay. All right. So what's that? 2.5 feet from your eyes?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you be looking at that any closer?
If I'm painting it.
No, I'm just saying you just bought something. How close will you be looking at it?
About so.
Okay.
I would say.
So at that distance, you won't be able to tell at all. Now, if you put it close to your nose.
Yeah.
Okay, just do it. Well, the guy's dumb enough. He just did it.
Well, that's the fantasy. He smells good.
Okay. Can you put it on top of your head now? Okay, now, oh my God.
I have no dignity, dude. I have no dignity whatsoever. Ta-da!
Okay, can you reach over and shove it up Simon? No,
dude, I'm in New York. He's in Quebec. That's I could mail it there, but then it's in his hands.
Yeah. Okay,
what happens?
Reach down and shove it up George's ass.
Yeah. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that if you hold it in your hands, it just naturally, like anything else you hold in your hands, you won't be able to tell a difference. If you really want to tell a difference, get a magnifying glass or a microscope, whatever, and just look at it and say, "Oh my God, I see lines and all that stuff." It's like, right. who's gonna notice it, really?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Even Sim going off a resin. If he's not a dumbass, he's not going to run at high res. Why? Because it's going to take all night or maybe a day or two to knock that thing off at a reasonable size. But if you do it at a reasonable resolution, you'll still get what you want, and you won't be able to tell the difference because you're just holding it at normal reading distance.
Right.
Well, so you can print them at higher resolution for a better quality. It just takes longer.
Oh, a lot longer. Yeah, I've had prints that ran 2 or 3 days.
Really?
I've seen high definition prints done in 3-4 hours with resin printing.
Yeah. How big was it?
6-7 inch.
Yeah, I'm talking about 30, 40 inches.
Yeah, but then I get a
Wow.
bigger printer.
I'm not talking about a bigger printer. I'm talking about a part that is 33 inches. It's not about my printers can handle the height. It's just that it needed to be done at high res, and it took about three days in a smidgen, and it was run off, and it was harrowing. You know why? Because what if there's a power out? What if
Right.
And all that stuff? Of course you have a UPS, emergency power supply, associated to it. So hopefully when the power goes off, the power comes back on to wherever you are before your UPS power supply dries up.
Yeah, I got
What about these
computer hooked up to one of those.
what about these 3D printers that claim to be able to pick off where they left off? How does that work pretty good or not?
All of them do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All of them
That's
do
so
that.
cool. Well, it's just like everything has like a computer in it these days, right?
Uh-huh.
Like cars seem to have computers in them, Blu-ray players, like everything seems to have. Like,
Wait a minute, Sim. How big? How many inches did you say was that high res?
Dude, I've seen bigger. I'm just saying that I've seen on the type of printer that I got for like 6-7 inch tall.
7 inches at
And
high res. That's not
yeah.
high res. You got.
And it was a full torso too.
Yeah. Check your settings. That wasn't high res, because a 6-7 inch piece at high res in resin is about 9 hours. So check your settings.
No, it's the settings that they did with the new model of the Mars 2.
Those are default settings. You gotta look into the settings.
That's what I'm saying. There's settings that you can reduce time with the amount of exposure to the UVs.
Yeah.
So they can print pretty big thing between like if you want to go in the size you're saying, that could take like 8 to 9 hours, like you're saying.
Yeah. Well, no. The 6 to 7 inch size of a bust at high resolution on a resin printer is about 6 to 9 hours.
That's what I'm saying. Not with the new model, it takes 4 hours.
It can't.
Wow.
It's technically impossible. You got to look at your settings. You got to see where information's getting shaved off.
I can see where
there's no way.
the limitations.
No.
I'm just saying I'm asking if the limitations going to be based on the drying time. Is that why?
No. It's the light exposure, the light exposure against the resin and the machine coming back to do the next one. That does not change.
The thing is that they changed the screen that they used to monochrome to 2K monochrome screen, which goes faster and curates faster with UV. That's why. And there's also a special setting that they've been experimenting a whole bunch, which also makes it a bit faster. It's a
Sam, if you read your instruction manual as much as you've been typing through this broadcast,
I'm not typing. You are. And by the way, stop sending me those dick pics.
I didn't expect them.
You're the one who asked for them, bro. What are you talking about?
What's wrong with Richard Nixon? What's wrong with Dick York?
Or Dick Gregory.
Yeah. Or
If
what
only
Dick,
it was those dicks.
or what about Dick Grayson?
If only. If only.
What about Dick Grayson? Huh? Gosh.
I know, dude. It's terrible. Just the general antipathy and oppression of dicks in our society.
That's right.
Doesn't compare to the cunts.
Hey! I'm being serious right now. The Cavant is watching.
The Cavant?
Yeah, the Cavant is watching.
Please to explain. That's right over my head.
No, there's nothing to explain. The Cavant is watching. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Hi, Cavant.
Okay.
Thanks for tuning in.
So, yeah. Any other questions about 3D printing?
Those are the ones I was really curious about, man. About the so like okay, so I do have another one. So like how small of a print head can you get? I mean, it's the smaller the is it the smaller the print head the better, or what do you look for on that?
No, you have to buy the print heads, the smaller print heads, from or as an add-on from the printer that you're purchasing. They don't come with 1.0 print heads or 0.10 print heads.
Interesting.
I saw one that had a like a really small like what was the number? I think it was like I really think I wanted to say I think it said 0.01, but I don't know what the hell that meant.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. You know,
point 0.01. Yeah.
0.1. Same. It's, yeah.
That seemed like that would be pretty detailed, but I guess not, huh?
Yeah, that's what I just finished saying for the last half hour. Where were you?
I
Sim, what the hell's the matter with this guy?
I don't know.
He smokes too much weed.
We've been wondering this for so long.
Gosh.
Slightly retarded, you know. Got dropped on my head as a child.
It's okay. It's okay. It's what makes you likable, I guess.
By the way,
you know, it's part of your charm, bro.
by the way, Bronson Gorilla, yeah, lead paint is a really great way to go. Lick it, eat it, drink it, you know, whatever. Not
Inject it.
Inject it. Not
Shoot it up.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Lead paint is not the way to go. Gosh.
Yeah, Bronson, a genius of another sort for sure.
All right. Okay. So I had a quick look at the campaign. What the hell is the matter with you? Why are you guys doing oversized books like I am? Why are you guys still sitting with floppies at 48 pages? Bunch of wimps, man.
I know.
Gosh.
I know, dude. Yeah, actually, we should take a look at. Has your campaign closed?
No, it's gonna close in a couple of days.
Okay. Well,
I would have closed it sooner, but you know, it's what it is. I would have shut it down a couple hours into it, but you know, some people just wanted to buy something from me. Well,
how dare they?
Yeah, I'm trying to make my presence on the internet less known every single day.
Well, you know, Sim was going to close his campaign for Blood Hunt.
Oh, thank God! So I can finally find a slot on all these channels.
But
start making money.
Yeah, but Blood Hunt's been closed for a while.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a I am a broke ass bitch at the moment, so I just want you to understand that's why I haven't.
That's okay.
It's you know you I mean wait you actually lower so you lowered your price for some of the broke ass bitches because when I first looked on here there was only $100 option, so
that was in like the first hour of the campaign.
Well, that's usually when I back a book, man. So.
Well, why get book 1 or book 2 when you can get book 1 and 2?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, doesn't
and
it
you are gonna want book 1, folks. Now, when people get book 1, are they also getting the cards?
Not the book 1 cards. You're getting the book 2 cards. There's 54 trading cards in this
so cool.
thing.
They're so cool. Yeah. George is like thinking on another level in terms of like his panel design.
Go further down. Yeah, way down, Rusty. There you go. No, you're too far down.
Back up.
There you go.
It is.
There's the spaceship.
Boom.
That's the little guy. The big guy is 19 by 19 by 10, something like that.
So cool. How long does it take to print one of the big ones?
The big one is like 3 days.
Oh my god.
Huh?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
No. It's all the pieces are spread out on 9 different printers.
Oh man.
On 9 different printers. You have 9 different printers.
Yeah. I have
Damn.
I have 9 printers that run constantly.
Oh my god. That's amazing, dude. That's amazing.
If you're gonna go into 3D printing, you're not gonna be a dumbass like Sim, who's goes, "Oh, I got one resin printer.
Just dipping his toe. Just dipping his toe.
Yeah. You know, just trying the liquid. You know, see how it tastes. You know, can I drink it? No. Well, gosh.
Can you sniff it? Can you huff it?
But you know what's the best part is, not only did I buy the full equipment, but Scotsman's too, and we're 4 3D artists in the Inkslayer team.
Oh man, that's right. You went to school for that shit. Sim.
I have a bachelor. I have a bachelor's degree in 3D animation and sculpting.
That's so cool.
Sure.
That's gonna come in handy now, bro.
And
I know, right?
And anyone who goes to YouTube and have the software can do the same thing. By the way,
Not impressed. Not impressed.
No, not impressed. By the way, are you and Scotsman using the same model printer?
Somebody's overcompensating.
No. You and Scotsman have the same 3D model printer.
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic! I love that. I really tell that to everybody I can. If you have a friend in another country or down the street kind of thing, if you guys get the same model printer, you're literally recreating Star Trek.
Yes.
Transporter, replicator.
Yeah.
It's the closest thing to those teleportation pods in The Fly.
Yeah.
Wait. No, only if the printer could dissolve one location and put it at another.
Well, imagine this is how I thought of it when I first heard the technology.
Brian, you're talking too much. You're talking too much.
Oh, please forgive me.
All right. No, because what's really great is that Sim can do the model. He can print it out. He can look at it. He can have his thoughts on it, and send the model over to Scotsman, who's in another country, for crying out loud, and actually do a printout and review it. And it's freaking awesome. It's like it's incredible. Speak to it, Sim. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's freaking awesome. That's what I was.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that when I first heard about this technology, I thought, oh my god, that means if somebody needs like a car part or some piece of like medical equipment in an emergency, and they're all the way like in like fuckware
right now.
Right?
Right now, I'm actually thinking of I'm checking to see if I can get a loan to buy a bigger, the bigger one.
Nice.
You're not even using the one you have.
Yes, I am.
What's your print volume, Sim? What's your print volume?
The print volume of the printer I have right now?
Yeah.
I think it's a 6x8 something inch tall by the wide.
What is that? Where's that in millimeters? What's that in millimeters?
I don't know. I remember what I was reading on the freaking thing, dude.
Give me 6 inches.
So I'll convert it.
No, hold on. 6 inches is a 1, 4,
6.98 inches or something like that. It's almost 7 inches.
6 inches is like 150 centimeters, millimeters or something. Yeah.
Yeah, 150 millimeters. So that's let's see.
But right now, the thing is that there's a new model. It's the Saturn. It's bigger, and there's
We just went up.
Okay.
We just
Sim,
Drew, could you do me a solid and refresh real quick? We went up. I got some backers. We got some backers during the stream. Thank you kindly, folks.
Bunch of cheapskates. Why don't they back Joe King instead of the Gorilla Book? God damn it!
Back them both.
I think it's got to be good though before they.
Maybe because people have bad experience with blue hair. Maybe you just didn't pick the right color.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, it's Sim.
Well, you did have your character in multiple colors, if I remember properly, right?
What, me?
Yeah, and like your 3D model of the character.
No, hold on a second. I'll show you.
Oh, it was different characters.
No, I got different characters and stuff.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Let me just move.
Yeah, those characters are cute. When do those get to be add-ons?
They are, man. If you actually click on one of the 3 options, you'll see them. Gosh. It's just crazy. Okay.
Why don't I remember seeing them when I bought the? They probably do this. Yeah, that's nice, dude. That's really nice. Are those aren't painted? Those you had those done in those colors, right?
That's the actual plastic color.
Wow, nice.
Right.
That is
That-
badass.
that-
That is
that's
so
one.
cool.
That's one. Here's the other.
Whoa.
That's pretty good quality right there.
Yeah, it is.
That's translucent plastic, by the way. So under the right settings, this plastic will shine right through. Yeah.
Well, you can see the grid inside of it because you can see
There you
through
go.
it.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
So this scene is that she's gripping a star and she's crushing a star, and the star itself is screaming. That's
Yeah, it looks like it's about to like take a bite out of her.
and also, if you look closely, I haven't actually shown these pegs here.
Mhm.
This peg system matches these guys. So if you buy
So you can
these,
snap them together?
if you buy these together, it'll come as a diorama. You can actually connect it as
Oh
a
my
diorama,
God.
or you can have it separate where there will be a plaque in each of them. So that way,
Oh, that's so cool.
Sim, does that answer your question?
Yeah, but that's I remember the other one, the cutie ones. They all look the same.
Oh, wait a minute. This guy?
Yeah, these
Yeah.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the was it the bigger one? Here's the little guy.
Oh, he's really petite, like the original Smurfs.
Yeah, it's like there's the size right there.
Gotcha. So one is like more Smurf sized, and the other one is more like Funko Pop kind of sized.
I guess so. If you want to think about it. Oh shoot. Of course.
I prefer not to think about Funko Pops, to be perfectly
Mhm.
honest. I hate those fucking things.
The spaceship.
Bitchin'.
This comes free to everybody who buys in.
Well, at least I get something for free. Damn shit.
Seriously. So when you connect the pieces, do those is it like a snap together model kit, or do you have to use some kind of adhesive?
Oh no, of course you have to glue the pieces together.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I mean, I've never been like a Warhammer guy, but I know people who are,
Ryan,
and
This is 2D printing, not magic. Damn.
I never fucked with magic. I never
Hon-
fucked with magic. I was always like a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Honestly, I was about to say almost the same thing.
Yeah, but yeah, I know there are people that like will design minis and then like they can just send the file to their friend that has like the same 3D
Mhm.
printer, and they can make it over there.
But it doesn't even have to be the same resin printer.
Yeah, it does. Because
Does it?
I'll tell you why. Because
Can't you convert it in the one in the format that you need?
No. All printers. I kid you not. If you line up the same model printer, like 10 in a row,
Mhm.
same make and model, you'll end up getting different size and shape of the print. If you do a perfect cube, and you match that cube to the next machine, you won't get the same size cube. Period. It never happens.
Yeah, true.
So
but
is there
but you could still print yourself a copy of it. That's what I mean. It
Yeah,
just won't be-
Is there one manufacturer right now that's sort of dominating the field? Because this is like really new technology,
No,
and
it's not.
very often, like in the beginning, it's like with vaping, like a Wild West situation.
Yeah, no,
where,
it's not new technology. It's what is it? 10 years now? 11 years?
Okay.
Only 7 years ago it became mainstream when MakerBot and Ultimaker went into crowdfunding.
Yeah,
And,
I remember around that time is when I saw one at the East Coast Comic Con.
And then everybody jumped on the bandwagon.
Mhm.
But what you really have to do is, if you're ever going to buy yourself a printer,
Mhm.
buy yourself at least 2 printers. I
Gotcha.
kid you not. Why?
Yeah.
Because when you actually put them together and you do a print, only then will you know if one is accurate over the other.
Oh, interesting.
If,
Interesting. I didn't even think about that.
if the machines are accurate, they should be able to print exactly the same thing And
Right.
exactly. If they're not, then you either figure out what's the problem, or you send it back and get a new one.
So
Because
there's no like.
I had a printer. I had a printer that actually printed inaccurately. I mean, literally, it was off by 3 millimeters.
So what do you do when that happens?
Well, I called the manufacturer and they said, "Well, maybe this is not the printer for you." I go, "What the hell are you talking about? Maybe this is not the printer for me. It's not the printer for anybody. It's warped. You know, one of the sprockets or widgets in there is warping the print. I want this replaced with a new one."
So there's like no quality control or anything. There's no like one manufacturer that's sort of like, you know, more reliable or dominating the field.
And you know what? Here's a good way to do it. You know, if you want to get yourself a 3D printer, buy it from Amazon. Why?
Yep.
Because their return policy, Sim knows it.
Yep.
God bless you, Sim. Yes. Yeah, you buy it from Amazon. If there's something wrong with it, just pack this thing up and return it instantly.
Yeah,
And
even if it's $10 extra, it's totally freaking worth it for that extra insurance of the fact that if you're not satisfied, you can return it.
What kind of printer would you recommend, Joe? If like somebody was going to buy one on Amazon, what would you recommend?
Well, I got rid of my high-end printers. I had MakerBots and I forgot the other one. Gosh, it's been a while. Stratus something. Stratus Systems. I don't care. The machines are in the garage collecting dust now, and I got myself all Creality, and not just very specific. I got the older Creality machines, not the V2s or what's it called, the Ender. I didn't get the V2. I didn't get the. I made a mistake and got the V6, and that was a big mistake because the CR6. That was total bullshit because it's so brand new that software is not up to par with it and all that stuff. And then when I actually set stuff up to print on the Enders, I have to redo the setup to print on the CR6s. So you know what I did? I didn't send them back because I purchased them through the Kickstarter campaign. I just boxed them up and they're collecting dust in my office.
Wow.
I kid you not. I said, screw this. I put the CR6s away and I got 4 more Enders for the price of the CR6s, with the 2 CR6s.
Oh man.
What works is Sim will tell you perfectly about this, is that you set up your print files and all that stuff. You can literally drop it into any of the machines, and it's not going to be a problem. You don't have to rethink it. You don't have to figure out the conversion settings. You don't have to figure out new setups and all that stuff. If you have one machine printing red, the other machine's printing blue, the other machine's printing orange, the other machine's printing black, you literally save all the files for red. You stick it in the USB stick into the machine that's got the red plastic, and just let it go.
Gotcha. That's, man. It's just you're on the scene.
So Sim getting another printer. Don't get a bigger printer. That's not going to make you work faster or better.
No,
get the same machine. Get a second one, so that way when you actually put your stuff onto the bed.
But that's the exact same thing. I want to get the exact same one, but the Saturn is the one that's just with a bigger build, so I can print a bigger model in it. It's the limit. It's the limit of the.
Okay. Yeah. The thing about printing is something big.
But it's the same printer.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, the thing about printing things big is that if you don't chop it up, it doesn't make sense to actually print something big. As an example, when I did the 6-gun Gorilla, I could have printed that out as one piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did. Oh,
yeah, I was talking about it before.
Yeah. Give me a sec. Where's the?
I was talking about it before when I was showing the model that I was gonna cut not in multiple pieces. That's why the hands are not there.
Yeah. Now, if you fuckers would just let me get a word in edgewise.
No, we don't want to hear you. No.
There's you, and there's Sim. And Sim, you said how many 3D sculptors do you have in Ink Slayers? You've got 3, right?
Yep.
you guys are going to be making cash money making miniatures for people's campaigns.
No,
I
they're
hope
not.
you realize that. You're going to be making cash money.
No, they're not.
No?
No, because if you're going to charge for doing the modeling up front, it's not
expensive.
It's expensive. It's not going to be cost effective. It's not going to be cost effective for the people.
Gotcha.
That's why usually
Gotcha.
usually when you try to start with something like that, you try to start with your stuff, then you build up, then you can decide to invest in somebody else IP in a way.
And like gradually, as the technology keeps moving forward,
No,
they're going to become more and more accessible.
No, the technology has nothing to do with it. It's the creative talent behind the modeling. It's Sim's time and effort. If for him to do that model that you're looking at right there, if he were to charge somebody else out there, this is a hypothetical number, but it's anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000.
Damn.
And that's just his first round of work. How am I doing?
Wow.
But that's the in the big industry price. Yep.
Wow.
If you don't charge that number,
Mhm.
it's not that you're a dumbass. It's like it's the amount of time and effort that you're putting into it.
Yep.
If you actually look at it and compare it, and then you actually take all that time and effort that you put it,
Mhm.
take that time and then divide it, and you'll say, okay, you know what? Let's just say hypothetically, it took Sim. Let's see, what was it, 60 hours?
Yeah, but
80? Let's
I'm
say,
not arguing with you, George. I agree with you.
I know, but these
the
guys,
only point I wanted to bring is you'll have often people trying to reach out to you, offering you like a deal.
I'll get to that. And but to these guys up above you, these two dumbasses here.
Hey, I'm not the brightest bulb in the batch. I'll be the first one to admit that.
They don't know any different. Okay, but think about it this way. Let's say it took Sim 80 hours. 80. Okay, so it took Sim 80 hours, right? And if he's charging what minimum wage? What's minimum wage? Let's say it's let's just say it's $15.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's 80 hours times $15? Anybody?
Oh, you're talking to a guy that like almost didn't graduate high school because he sucked at math.
Okay, excuse me. Somebody must have access to a calculator.
It's $1,200.
Okay, it's $1,200. Okay, that's just one round of work on it.
Oh man, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let me ask you
that.
It takes a lot of time to model something to precision.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this: would you sit there, work 80 hours, and make $1,200, or would you actually go to McDonald's and work less hours and make about the same money or more?
Yeah, fuck that.
So if Sim were to charge for his time accordingly, say $20 an hour, maybe $25 an hour. I mean, that's the freelance low ball number. Okay, let's say $20 an hour. Right. That's what, $2,400, $2,500.
Oh man.
Okay, so you see where this number's coming?
Yeah.
And we're still
because right now when the 3D printing and like even the molding and casting is not the most expensive.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to tell you. It's the modeling. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's interesting. I had
no
idea.
So right now we're at low ball numbers here. Anything lower than that, somebody's really they're literally paying you to do the work for you. So think about that. So the low ball number is what, $20-$25? I mean, you're
Phil.
You're
25 and up. Yeah.
Okay, you're at the base kind of thing, right? So your cost is, let's say, $2,000 a person time, and this is just the first round. Of course, there are going to be adjustments and everything like that. It's going to cost $3,000. Okay, now what happens after that? Okay, you're going to say, okay, well, let's send the file to the machine. Okay, the machine, it's going to take what, maybe 6 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours to print, depending on the size. All right, let's just say you want a big one, right? Because I was just about to box this up today, by the way.
Hey, Brian, look at the number.
Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're going up.
Okay, so you
we're
see
going
this?
up.
Okay, you see this? This is Rick's. This This is
Whoa.
This is Rick's. Was it 1 incher or 1.5 incher?
Uh-huh.
And this is double the size kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Right. So this is the cape and everything, right?
I see a hauler in that box.
Yeah, you sure do.
There's the hauler, or there's the well, let me see. There's the
Wow.
there's the peg system for the hauler, right?
Right.
Right. So it printed this piece separately. It printed this piece separately, and then off the two machines, it snaps together, so to speak. Give me a second.
I so want that in my hands. I'm so jealous. You get to hold that shit right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. But here,
Phil, I'm gonna send you the link if you feel like hopping in, brother.
all right,
If not, that's cool.
All right. Okay. So this is the base for this, right? Okay. So, but here's the thing. Okay. So you this plastic, right? If you take the cost of the plastic and you say, okay, well, how many grams is this? And each roll of plastic costs 1,000 grams. Take me off full screen, please. Each roll costs 1,000 grams. You figure out how many grams it is, and you figure out the cost of plastic, right? No. That is not the cost of the 3D printing. What the cost of the 3D printing is, plus the hours that go into it.
Yep.
Right. So
I didn't even think about that. Like totally. Yeah. Oh wow.
You have now effectively locked up your 3D printer for, let's just say, 12 hours. Okay, how much how much you going to charge for that time?
Yeah, it's just not cost effective.
Yep.
Right.
Interesting.
Unless you can set up a customer base for it, like Tom McFarlane did. Like, it took a while, but he started with a few figurines of Spawn, his own IP. Then he had some of his friends, and he started like this, trying to test the ground, and then bing, 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 it just grew up.
Yeah, so you see, at that point, you start to realize, oh my God, it takes time. It takes lots of time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it takes a lot of money. So what I've said to a lot of people who approach me, hey, can you do my models? I go, yeah, sure. I will invest my time and charge you $0, but you have to get at least 20 units sold to your customers, pre-sold to your customers, right? So what's that mean? That means that they have now pre-sold 20 units to their customers, which means that they make money and I make money. I make my money back in the long run if they're passionate enough to continue selling to their customers.
Gotcha.
Right. So
that's when the deal comes in.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm investing my time and money. All right, my time, which is money. I'm actually investing that resource in my belief that the creator who came to me is passionate enough to actually sell to their customers.
Well, I don't see why somebody wouldn't.
No.
Honestly, I don't even care if I make any money off of the miniatures. If you can make some, that's awesome. But mainly, it's just about getting cool shit to the backers.
No. See, that's not right. I mean, come on. You have to make money. Otherwise, your efforts, if you're revenue neutral on your campaign, you're never going to survive on the next campaign.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, how many 6 guns do you think you're going to get out with no money coming in?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, look, my first campaign did just under 10. My last campaign did just under 20. So, hopefully, I mean, people really do seem to like the book a lot, and I've heard nothing but nice things about it.
Oh, stop bragging.
I'm humble bragging, dude. It's a humble brag. It requires a little bit of finesse.
I know I'll be able to sell 20 haulers, especially around Christmas time. I know that I'll be able to move at least that. So I'm stoked to have that opportunity. But listening to George, I'm like, okay, so obviously, I want George to make a buttload of money on this kind of stuff. But it sounds like the investment in a 3D printer is a good way to go, and then hire somebody to model it.
Well, no. Hold on a sec.
Don't they have the hand
yeah.
scanners?
Hold on.
Oh no.
Before you decide to get into 3D printing, do your homework, buddy, because this is a hobby of
no.
itself.
I hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking
tell.
questions now because I don't know what the hell.
It's
know what
not.
I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's
I'm
not
very
like
educated.
I'm
it's
nowhere.
not like
I'm
buying a
nowhere. I'm
printer.
nowhere. I'm nowhere near past. I've just started researching this stuff
Yeah.
to have an idea. So no.
Okay. I can tell you this for certain. Sim and I,
Okay.
when we're working with a 3D printer, we know the ins and outs of that machine, and we can take it apart and clean it and put it back together. Because that's what it takes.
That's
You know,
that's why I haven't printed with it, the new one, because dude, I want to know it by heart before I test everything, do everything properly. I don't just want to print.
Yeah.
Phil has a question, by the way.
Yeah. What is it?
He says, "What's a reasonable price to sell these figures, like the Hauler and the Gorilla?"
That's up to the campaign, the creators. It's not me. It's not me to tell you. It's
Gotcha.
it's up to them. That's why I haven't talked price with Brian or Drew, is because of they'll get the figurines in their hands. I'll tell them exactly what the cost is, and they
Okay.
can figure out how much they want to sell it to the customers. Ideally, it's not my business to tell the customers how much profit they're making off of the customer.
I am dying to get that figurine in my hand.
Oh my
God!
god! Dude, are you kidding me?
I know. And my PayPal button for $1,000 is just over to the left.
Hey, if
Grease the wheels, man. Grease the wheels.
That's only shipping and handling.
Oh my god. Oh man, dude.
wait. That's extortion, man.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, you could make a fortune with that racket for sure.
What? You want me to send the files over to Sim? He'll be charging more, right, Sim?
What to 3D print?
Yeah.
Just to print? Nah,
Yeah.
I don't have to model it. Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you send it to me, right, and he tells me that's the price of the model, I will add it to the price of and send him the money.
Right.
There you go.
You know, that's being professional.
Exactly.
For everybody who's watching, I told George I would pay him, and he refused to tell me how much. So,
Same here.
Yeah. So
If I recall correctly.
And I really don't have a link to his PayPal. I do know where I could buy a bunch of his books on his damn website though.
Well, here's the thing. Having done conventions in the past, people will come up to you and they'll ask for something. They'll be like, when can I get a this? When can I get a that? Right? The two biggest requests I have always gotten at conventions and also just from private correspondence from backers is when can we get a trade paperback? Right? Like the conventions are like when's there going to be a trade? And miniature. Figurine, action figure, representation of the character.
I've actually been approached by people who have inquired about. I've had them. They first came at me because they wanted to see about mass producing the Hauler as a toy. And obviously having me paid to have it created, and kind of like what George was saying, where he's made it, and then it's about marketing it. And then I told him, I said I already had a design and that kind of stuff done, and then they basically went over straight to packaging and distribution. And they've been inquiring about that. So it's like there is a really huge market for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, there is.
But,
there is.
Well, okay, go back to the Joe King page, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you click on any of the three options, you'll see in the add-ons, the figurines, and I'll talk to you about the scenarios, so that way people can understand. It doesn't matter which one, 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't matter. Just pick one. All right, so there you go. So
Oh wait, there they are. Okay.
yeah, so 50, you
So
see
that's
that?
how add-ons work.
Yeah. So and now you don't have to sit there for trying to go from, oh, maybe I should pick tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3. I like tier 4 better because it's got these options. No, you pick the book 1, book 2, or book 1 and 2, and then you literally customize your shopping experience so it's exactly the way you want it.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's a
Right?
great idea.
That's why it's so simple.
Peace
Oh,
out,
but-
Bronson. Thanks again for the trailer, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, Phil, yo, man, I sent you the link if you want to pop in. It's cool if you just want to hang out in the chat. But what is your question? You can ask. Oh, or you wanted to make a suggestion. I'm happy to hear your suggestion, sir. Yeah, I'm actually gonna write this shit down too.
So we're looking at these here. Okay, so I see that this Baby Joe minifig is $15,
Yeah, that's the really small guy.
right?
And the other guy, the bigger guy is $50, right? And
Right.
the diorama that I showed you is $100. The
Right.
spaceship, if you want an extra spaceship, it's $100, but the spaceship already comes free. And then and that's the oversized spaceship. Oversized
Oh,
spaceship.
that's the big one. That's the one that took like 3 days to print.
That's 19 inches by 19 inches.
Oh
By,
my God.
By 10, I think 10 inches. Yes.
That's insane.
Right, but what you're seeing is the gray models, right?
Right.
What eventually will be delivered to the customers will be actually fully colored. There'll be color plastics that make it up.
I was actually thinking of sending people, since I'm a miniature painter myself. Maybe I should paint up some minis and offer those.
Yeah,
I can tell you right now, like your skills are going to be in demand, my man.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No fucking shit, dude.
yeah, but here's the thing. Can you, you're painting minifigs and stuff like that, and unless you do the 3D printing of the character to the specific colors, right? It's you are going to be the biggest cost in the production line.
Interesting.
Because
No.
it's gonna take a lot of time. Once you finish painting, you have to what do you call varnish it or whatever you call it, coat it so that way it
Yep.
doesn't chip and stuff like that. And the drying time takes time and all that stuff. And you're going to be the biggest cost and the biggest bottleneck.
Yeah.
Now, example, Sim here. I'm talking directly to Sim regarding his character. If you do the character, say as a gold statue, bronze or silver statue kind of thing, so whoever backs right away gets a gold statue. Whoever backs, is say maybe the second to in the first week after the first day's done, it gets a silver statue, and everybody after the first week is done, it gets a bronze. You can do that. That's a legitimate presentation. It's in color. It looks really freaking awesome.
I already have gray and black resin. There's all different. There's transparent. There's they even have the teal color of his arm. I was thinking of using that.
Cool. That's so cool.
Yeah. So there you go. So you can actually stylize your print to be in color, but not to go to the meticulous level of actually having it painted to a ridiculous level where it would actually slow down the production line.
But you also have to
build cost.
And don't forget that one of the biggest part, but the biggest part of the collector, the collectors of minis and small figurines and stuff like that like to paint them.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of them do, which is why I presented the gray versions first and foremost, and the reason why the mini dioramas are in full color because there's nothing to paint there. I mean, these are just flat colors. I mean, these are the very colors that they appear in the comic book.
That's badass.
There's nothing more to paint
right
on it than what you see.
Now, Preston, aren't you working on like a bust or something like that?
I am.
Is it?
I got
Or
a
should
buddy
I not
of mine
mention
that's
that?
a sculptor.
It's not top secret.
It's not type secret.
Okay.
But
All right.
it's not going to be 3D printed. It's going to be sculpted, and they're going to go ahead and do molds. It's going to be very old fashioned as far as
And-
the way. What?
No, I was gonna say, there was this one dude that did a Doc Salem action figure, like a little.
No, that's the
custom.
same guy. Yeah,
It's the same guy. Okay.
He did that. I don't know, like he just did that because he felt like it. But
Yeah.
no, the actual bust is going to be it's going to be badass, dude. It's going from the
Oh,
waist up. You've
without doubt.
seen step by steps he's been doing on Facebook?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be crazy. You've seen the face, right? Where you sculpted
Yeah,
the
yeah,
face?
yeah.
You're not reposting this to Twitter?
No, yeah, I've been posting it to Twitter. It's on my profile. But here's like just like Joe said, like the bottleneck is the painters. And he was like, well, I don't feel like painting all those. And I was like, dude, I know there's a ton of fucking Warcraft and fucking, Warhammer fans in Texas that paint that shit all the time.
Yep.
I was
Yeah,
like, just
hell
go
yeah.
ahead and pay them like $150 to go ahead and paint it up,
Oh,
And
dude. And
You're
and
looking
the,
at
and the
maybe $300-$400 for the actual for a painted one,
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's
have
what I
you
was thinking of
seen-
doing for
I
one in the
want a
campaign was to that's one of the things I was thinking of doing, with doing like a version of the model that you can sell like for painting, and you get somebody professional or of
Right.
that level to paint maybe like 1 to 3 models,
right,
and you
right.
you put them at high end because they're painted by a professional that makes them look like.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Like
plus
when
the,
I got back into the hobby, I was astounded at how crazy some of these cats are.
Mhm.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
Mark-
like
Mark-
doing
Mark-
like
they're good.
Mark Weiss really
lighting?
got them good.
I mean like people are doing are creating effects where if the character's holding a torch, you'll see like the firelight on their face.
That looks good.
They have
Oh, hell yeah.
that's it right there. The
Yeah, bingo.
he and like I was telling, of course, like the raw versions are going to be a lot cheaper, right?
Mhm.
And I'm also introducing a new character called Dark Salem, which is going to be the exact same character, just in a black suit. He's going to be anti Dark Salem. So
What was he
Yeah.
called in He-Man?
and it's just going to be a faker, but it's going to be a
Faker,
repaint,
okay.
for the
Gotcha.
of the original cast. But the
Right.
dude's fucking phenomenal, and he tried his hand at comics, and it just wasn't his bag,
Uh-huh.
But
Uh-huh.
when he started sculpting, I was like, dude, this is you.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Man, so much talent in this scene. It's insane. And it's just great how we've got all these different people with all these different skill sets.
All I can say is I'm still jealous of the fact that I just saw freaking George hold the hauler in his hand. I'm just like,
I know. Boing, 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 boing,
I
boing,
want to
boing.
hold it in my hands.
Oh, rub it all over your body. Oh,
No, I'm not quite gonna do that, but
oh, you're not gonna make love to it when you get it.
but maybe we can find like a soap resin or something, and we can make some
Maybe
art-
maybe you
art-
can make it into a mini drone and just let it fly to you.
Oh,
Don't give him any ideas. That shit.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right. So let's see. Where are we? Here we go.
look at
Okay,
that thing.
So give me a second.
Yeah. Bitchin'.
Okay, so this is the big one, and I think this is this. I see. I haven't taken the thing off because of shave and put it together.
Yeah, with the X-Acto knife.
That's on your end,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
So these are the different pieces. I mean, they literally just the shape.
They go right in the spot and glue there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the shape fits right in there. There's also the smaller version. I did a smaller version,
Nice.
right? Again, the smaller version, same thing.
I'm so curious, like what the texture is on those things. Like if
I
It's
I
just-
would love to feel the texture myself. Damn it.
I don't. So
It's ripped for your pleasure.
this is the gorilla. Okay, so let's see, the piece of the. Okay, here's the gun. Here's the.
yeah.
here's the gun for the gorilla. Here's the
Oh
pig.
man.
Right there's.
Yeah.
Right,
Oh, dude.
So, right. So it goes like that.
Oh, that is so cool.
Right.
Bitchin'.
Let's see. Where's the hat? Here's the hat for the gorilla. See, there's the pig.
Nice.
There's the head pig.
Oh.
Right. So
Right.
you can't make a mistake, right? If you try to do it any other way, it will not.
Oh, cool.
It will not fit.
Right.
So you literally have to keep spinning it until you hit the right spot, and then boom.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Very cool.
Okay, here's the other arm for the gorilla. Right. Again, a peg. Right. You see, I haven't removed the support material. You can see right here. Give me a sec.
Oh, yeah. And
just
and people could just shave off that peg on top of his head if they want to make like zombie 6-gun gorilla.
yeah,
You know, like zombie Captain America had like the top of his head like shaved off.
yeah. Okay, so these pliers are good for getting rid of plastic, but also they're very good to stick up your nose. And not that I know anything about it. Just
well, they have actual nose hair trimmers these days.
okay. So see,
safe.
I just actually chipped this off. There you go. And you can see the detail has stayed behind on the hammer of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there is the connections. Let's see. It's the connections. Give me a sec. The connection only goes one way. Actually, I might. Oh, duh. There.
You're other right.
Yeah. So there it is. Right. And where's the bottom of this? Okay, here. So this the bottom.
His
connection.
little chicken legs.
Put the belt first. It's right there.
But you see this?
Yeah.
This where the belt, and that's right.
Ah.
Sim's absolutely correct. You see the belt.
Whoa.
You see the belt, right? It sits right. It fits right in here. Give me a second. It's very, very specific. If it's not it actually fits in a very specific way into this.
Right.
And if it doesn't go in right, it will not catch. So give me.
Hold on a sec.
I know it's gonna. Okay, well, where was I? Okay, so the belt and then the feet. I put this together for the photograph. I forgot. It's a little tricky once the belt actually gets put in the. It's almost like a puzzle. But regardless. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. Yeah, there. Okay, there you go. Okay, I had to put this side in first and then that side. And there you go.
That's
okay,
cool.
So that's, and this is the base for the gorilla. Right here and right here. The feet meet up. And the beauty is that watch what happens. I don't know if you can see it, but the foot is positioned and it fits into this side, and it doesn't fit good on this side. You see that? But if you apply a little pressure,
Nice.
now
It snaps.
it snaps. I mean, literally, right? Because it's just a little pressure. I mean, look.
You don't have to glue it. You can just take it on and off.
Yeah. But ideally, it's once it snaps, the glue will hold it in place. You see how shallow that is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a lot. It's just that the fitting to the feet is perfect. So and you see, just without the pressure, right there. Let me see. Pull back. There you go. without the foot is perfectly aligned here, and here it's just slightly off. I did this in the modeling. Okay, I did this in the modeling where I actually took the foot or this part of the geometry, and I shifted it over slightly, and I knew it was going to come out like this. So knowing that this plastic stretches just a smidgen, you just push it in. It's not a lot of pressure, but it's enough to.
Oh man, so it's like a snap together model kit. At least that part is.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And you know, this what I just showed you, that comes from experience and testing.
Gotcha.
Right.
Badass.
That's the same thing with Canadian Shield, right?
Right.
So once the cape is on, oh well, there you go. Once the cape is on, it stays. But if I flip it upside down, it will fall off because the hook system is based on gravity. It's not based on pressure like this is. This is based on pressure. It comes right off. This is based on gravity.
So it just kind of hangs.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you see there's the hook right there.
Right. Yeah. I have at least like an action figure
with a hauler. With a hauler, there's no gravity or pressure. You literally have to fit it in place, hold it just long enough for the glue to adhere to it, and you're done.
I'm still looking forward to doing that.
George, you are like tickling our asses with a feather tonight.
Dude, I am like feeling tortured actually.
Oh, it's so cool.
It is so awesome. I can't wait
This
to have that.
shit's so
in my hand.
badass.
Oh, I lost the box. Where is it?
Ah!
All right, let's see. There you go.
Yeah, I just had to step away to get the door. Pizza arrived.
Nice.
Oh man, I don't normally eat this shit, but tonight I was like, fuck it. all stressed out and for nothing because we were getting closer and closer to 3,000.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, people.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, everybody, for not backing Joe King, you bastards.
Hey,
Well, going back Joe King too. There's like what 3 days. Be a winner, not a wiener. Good. You got 3 days left.
yeah, there is 3 days left, and if you do they still get a free spaceship? They back
Back the books. Yeah. You back the campaign. Any of the three options, you got a spaceship.
see, so get on that shit. Get yourself a free spaceship.
Yeah, the reason
Seriously.
why I can offer is the free spaceship. I can screw over the artist who put that together.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian, you're less than $900 away from hitting your goal.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. Didn't make the 24 hours exactly, but that's okay. You know, like I said, the last campaign did 20, so I'm hoping that this will do at least that, if not more.
885 to go, man, to get that goal. So that's not bad considering the way that the market's been around here. So
Oh, seriously. Trust me, I'm not bitching about nothing. I'm very, very grateful. Let me see. Are there any? Let me see if there's any. If the drawn-in tiers are all gone, because there's like two of those. I know
two out of 4 are still available.
Yeah, seriously, people. If you ever wanted like a comic book in which you appear getting like your ass handed to you by a gorilla, this is your opportunity. And I was like unsure about this. Sim, it was you, I think, who suggested this tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very receptive and open to ideas. Like, I'm definitely going to step it up with the add-ons. That's probably going to be maybe for like the poster, right? Because we're gonna have to do a poster for Preston's cover,
Definitely
because
do.
people want that shit. But that's what's great about having direct access to our customer base, to our backers, is if they want something, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
Brian, did you contact all your backers from your previous campaign to
Uh-huh.
let them know that the new one's up and ready to go? Did you offer them any type of discount, or not discount, but incentive if they back this one? Like,
I just contacted them, like via a update from the previous campaign.
yeah.
But if I should, but should I offer them something? Because that I like the idea of that. Like maybe like a
Just for being
exclusive
loyal.
trading card
You know
or
what I'm
something.
saying? Just-
Yeah. No, I like that, dude. But how do I do that? Like
You set up a secret perk, and you put that in the email, the link of that in the email, and then that
Gotcha.
way it's not available on the campaign, just to the people who have the message.
Gotcha. So, I would absolutely love to do something like that for the return customers, because if it wasn't for my return customers, I wouldn't be doing this book. But yeah, if I could offer them maybe like a trading card or something. I'm just, this is the first campaign where I'm offering swag. I've never done the swag thing before, but Phil had to go and fuck everything up and just really go overboard with the Lost Pages.
I'll be honest, like the
masks
swag
and
thing,
box heads and
it's
all that
cool,
shit.
but it's really not that important at the end of the day. Like, I know, like, only death
Yeah.
can save us, right? Like, it came with a ton of swag,
Yeah.
but all that went to the side, and I picked up the book and I was like, this is a really good book. You see what I'm going? Like,
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
I mean, it was cool, but I was more impressed with the book.
Oh wait,
you know?
is Phil trying to say? There he is. He was hidden. Sorry, Phil.
What up, Phil? Yo. Sorry if you were hanging out like neglected.
I was.
You know what? It's just that you're at that right thing where, like, you were underneath the view of the browser, so I couldn't see that you had came in. So
I got you, bro.
If I put myself,
Congrats, Ryan.
thanks, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I am happy with how this is going thus far.
All right, cool. I gotta go. I gotta return the call because I text the customer, the client, whatever you call it.
George, every time I appear, you run off.
Yeah,
Start to take that shit personally, George.
No, it's not the first one. I think you suck. Okay. By the way, everybody who's backing Six Gun Gorilla, did you know that Joe King is the sequel to this book? Just
It's a
an
tie-in.
FYI. Yeah, it's a tie-in.
It's like Captain Marvel. It's like the Captain Marvel movie. You're not gonna understand. You couldn't understand Endgame unless you watch Captain Marvel. It's the same thing with Joe King. You're not gonna understand.
Isn't there a Six Gun trading card on the add-ons in the trading card pack?
Oh yeah. I gotta get around to that. So that's another thing. I gotta go.
All right, see you, George.
No offense, really. I had the phone call over an hour ago, long before you jumped into the stream.
Yeah, and you forgot to mute your mic, so we can actually confirm that.
Yeah,
witnesses.
Yeah, screw all of you.
Thanks
Peace out, man.
Thanks for dropping in, George. Thanks for coming hanging out, man.
Okay,
yeah,
take care,
thanks, George. Oh man. Dude is
off
the hook with the fucking meaty
wait,
printers.
dude. I can't wait, dude. I see it in the box.
Those looked awesome.
I need to have
you
it
saw
in my
that, Phil?
hand.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I'm a huge statue collector, so
I need to have that hauler in my hand, man. I'm so like jealous. He's sitting there holding it up. And
I know,
showing,
caressing
and
it.
yeah,
Oh, man.
I want to do a figure for the Lost Pages eventually.
Well, a figure.
Yeah.
You've got so many characters. Like,
Yeah, I know.
what would you do? Would you do like a readers poll, or would you just pick one that you think
This
people
is
would
what I
like,
wanna
or one that's
do.
like your favorite?
I'm sure you'd do Crimson first.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to do a bust of Crimstone, like Crim, the muscular purple guy.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah, I
And-
love Crimstone.
Then with the chick Taz sitting on his shoulder, so you get a full figure of her and then a bust of him.
I think
Great.
I think you should hit my guy up that's doing the Doc Salem sculpt
That sculpture
for doing a
looks
Crimstone
thick, man.
sculpt, dude, because
Yeah,
that's right up his alley.
Yeah.
Crimstone was like the big surprise for me in the
glad,
Lost
man.
Pages. Like I was figuring like the Masquerade was going to be my favorite.
Yeah.
And I loved the Masquerade, but Crimstone
It's your
was like
favorite if you're gay.
the surprise. It was the surprise, and of course got also the supplemental book
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
with oh man, you introduced a bunch of fucking characters in here.
My
Yes,
favorite is Vane, but I might be biased.
You are biased.
That's not news.
Would be an awesome statue too.
Yeah. No,
Just
the Vane
cover-
story is awesome.
The cover is designed to be a statue.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the Masquerade would be a really good statue because of the flowing cape and the mask and all that.
Yeah.
I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, we need more capes. Yeah, the Masquerade. He's so cool.
The silhouette would be pretty badass too, but how would
Pretty
you
simple.
do that?
Very simple.
You wouldn't even need that paint.
It would be simple.
Black resin.
Yep.
Just order a bunch of blank action figures and paint them
Well, the
black.
thing I wanted to do with Crimstone, because Crim's hair is like that smoky blue, it's like blue smoke kind of.
Yeah.
I'd want to
Right there.
cast that in like see-through resin, so you get that blue see-through,
Oh, that'd be badass.
like a plasma almost.
You got to be a little careful about that, I think, because if you look at the figurine that Joe showed us,
Yeah.
that George showed us from his Joe King campaign,
Uh-huh.
the one that had the lady with the star that was going to eat her or whatever.
Yeah.
You could see through the transparent resin.
Yeah,
to
but that was the support because he had a hollow
Right.
piece. If you do it filled, you don't have those support. So
Oh,
that's what he was saying. He needs to do another one.
I got you. I was wondering what he meant.
So it's like
Now I
100%.
If I mute myself, it's because I'm jamming pizza in my yam.
No problem. No problem.
It's okay. I'm feeding cats right now because they were starting to nibble at my toes.
Getting demanding. So Phil, man, you absolutely you man. On every stream, I bitch about you because you just absolutely just overdid it with the freaking swag.
But dude, I think there's some cool like stuff you could do for stretch goals with your campaign. Like I was thinking like a wanted poster would be cool. You know,
Ooh.
you get like a cool, maybe Preston or another artist to sketch a cool headshot of Six Gun Gorilla, and it could say wanted Six Gun Gorilla, and stuff
Oh,
like that
wow.
would be awesome. And I have the ability. I don't know if you saw this for what we're doing for Magic Con, is I could print on canvas. So make it look like old timey. So we're doing these magic scrolls for Magic Con.
What? Oh man,
So-
that is badass. Where do
Mhm.
you get those from?
So we made these. My business I work for owns a big like industrial printer that can print posters and banners, and we can print on material, like fabric and
Awesome.
canvas. So if you do something like that, we could print it for you.
Oh,
Yeah, I
dude.
like the water poster idea. Is pretty good. It's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, that would be absolutely freaking awesome. Because this is my first time, like, doing the swag thing. It always used to be like McDonald's menu, burger,
Yeah.
fries,
Yeah.
But I know like people want swag, so I'm like, well, give the backers like what they want. So we
And
are
the
in the customer
suggestion-
service business. Yeah.
The campaign suggestion I had is like
please.
definitely look into add-ons. Do the add-ons. And what you could even do too is I saw you have your like 6 gun 1, 2, and all the way up till 8. I would
Mhm.
say make the 6 gun gorilla 1 through 7 add-ons and then take them off the main page so it doesn't take up all that room.
Right. Yeah, because nobody's just buying those by
Hey,
themselves.
wait, you know, the thing about
agree because
you gotta
that's
be
why I have to
careful.
do the all-in-one. Yeah.
You got to be careful about add-ons because a lot of people miss them. They're there and the people don't see them. They don't know that they're there. So if you're going to put add-ons, you really have to tell people
Yeah, but-
hardcore to look for
Yeah,
them.
but the
because-
idea is that, dude, if they want to grab the back issues, right? Obviously, unless they didn't grab they already grabbed number 7 without grabbing the old ones, right?
Mhm.
So they're not gonna buy all. They want the entire. They're gonna want the full pack.
Right, and that's your feature
So-
too, which is good, Brian.
So in your add-on, maybe you could add like a 1 to 6 too, in case somebody got in at 7.
Yeah, you could have those individual ones as the add-on, so they could
Right.
mix and match. Say someone has the graphic novel, but they don't have 7 and 8, so they could add that on. And
Okay.
Drew is correct where you have to tell people. So what I would do is create a banner or like an image in Photoshop that says, "Here's the add-ons," and then you put what's available in the add-on section, and I do like a little description. You claim these right before checkout, or at checkout, just to give them a reminder. And that way, it frees up your space on the side, so people don't keep scrolling down to get to that Preston cover. Because I saw that one; they have to scroll to get that one.
Yeah, how do I bounce that up? Can I actually just like move them around?
You can't move
No,
them.
you can't
So-
move them around.
Okay.
They're in the order that you post them.
I
So
think
if they're the same value, whichever one you put in first is how they lay out. So you got to think that way when you set up your campaign.
yeah, and then it increases with price as well.
Right. It goes. Yeah. It goes. They put an order by price, and then whichever one was done first, I believe. So.
Gotcha. I'm taking notes. So Sim, what do you think? Should I remove the 1 through 7 from like the main page and just do those as add-ons?
I agree with Phil, because
Okay.
the thing is, like, too much scrolling is not good. Like the less
I
you can
agree.
have on the main page is better for the
Yeah.
scrolling. And if you give people too much choice in a row, it gets confusing, right? Quickly. So that's what I'm saying. Like maybe you could do like pack 1 to 2. Like I said, your big bundle is everything, right? So maybe give a bit like as an extra, maybe one you can offer 1 to 6 for people that might just want 1 to 6. You don't need to put all the individual, or you could do what Phil told you, just put all the individual as add-ons.
Yeah.
But I also agree with Drew that if you have too much add-on, it can have the same effect.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's going to be that many people buying the individual issues anyway, but I just want to make things give the customer give the backers as many options as possible, but at the same time not confuse them. But the whole reason why I'm not doing a trade paperback this time, why I'm just doing floppies, is specifically because people were confused by the last campaign. Hey, why is one book $35 and the other one is $15?
But
And I've explained, like, hey, it's because the first book is a trade paperback. It's issues 1 through 6.
And just to think about it, with the discount that they get for $100 for the all issues, right?
Yeah.
It's better than buying it's still cheaper than buying just issue 1 to 6 by themselves.
Right.
Right. And here's another thing too. If you get rid of those, like the 1 through 6, make them add-ons. Another good perk for the main page would be both of the covers for number 8.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, so if
It's
people
not
want,
there?
yeah,
Phil, you
Right.
are a freaking genius, dude.
yeah, because I know a lot of people like getting 2 books and
Yeah, you should have you should have all the books as add-ons no matter what, because and also you should have you should think about doing some for the troops and stuff like that, because they have those programs where you can send them to.
I would do
away.
something like that for sure.
And they buy one. You can do more than just the troops. I mean, there's also orphanages and all kinds of stuff that do that kind of
Really?
thing too. Yeah.
It's
So
a retail,
Oh,
a
wow.
retail bundle. To
You should
have
do a
that?
For the Gorillas. Where you send the book to the zoo.
yeah, what the hell?
But yeah, no, that would be great. I appreciate this feedback.
Also, I noticed Preston left, but are you going to be putting any pages for sale up on here? Did you guys talk about that?
That's up to Preston.
You
I
should
saw that you
ask
asked
it.
in the chat, and I neglected to bring it up because George was just on a roll.
Yeah.
There was no stopping him, right? But I will definitely ask Preston. Did he just? Oh, I know that they lost power at his place a couple of days ago, so that's possible that he lost power. Oh,
maybe.
Kitty.
He does work on some stuff too. But yeah, it's
That's Rusty. Do you see the babies?
No, the
No.
kittens, the babies.
See right there?
Oh yeah. Oh.
too
Little
many-
baby kittens. Rusty's hungry.
Oh, that's so damn cute.
Here we go,
Oh,
Rusty.
That's a lot of kitty.
Yeah, see if he'll put some pages up and
Oh, most definitely.
split that up with however you guys
Go ahead.
decide. Because I'd grab a page.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know that Sim's going to be also doing sketch cards.
Oh, nice. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that as well. But like one of the things I've vowed with this campaign is to be more like you, to be more like Sim in terms of.
Oh, sure. You don't want to be like me, man.
In terms of engaging with your backers, because I've been very lazy about that. I'm just kind of like, oh, they ordered the book. Cool. I'll send them the book. Once it arrives. It never occurred to me like, hey, like people like feeling like they're part of the process. They
For
kind of
sure.
like to see where things are as they're going along, as they're progressing.
There's
Like maybe
there's different type of backers, like there's different type of creators, like there's different type of people. There's people that want
Yeah.
those little goodies. There's
Yep.
people that's what they want. Like you see them celebrate every time you unlock a stretch goal. There's some
Yeah,
people that don't give a fuck. They just want the book.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
there's
Mhm,
people
mhm.
that are buying books just because they're YouTube fans and they just like that person's YouTube.
Right.
That's what it is. That we don't have just one target clientele. We have so many, but
And-
all we know is that they all like
So
comics now.
I noticed
So right.
too that the female fans really like the swag and stuff. Like
yeah, they do.
Lola and Shay and
Oh, yeah.
Amanda B.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to have a patch. I promised her there'd be a patch, like
Oh, yeah, that'd be
specifically
sick.
for her
For
because
Shay.
she's patch girl. She's got to
Yeah.
have it. So, I have no idea who actually manufactures patches, but I'm gonna have to find out.
There's a lot of places that do
Yep.
it, but doing it cost effective is the challenge because you
Yeah.
have to buy them in a large bulk to make it cost effective.
God damn it!
Because a good well because
Why
a good
can't everything be easy?
the really good
quality,
patch,
yeah.
the really good patches are embroidered. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
and so like embroidery, it costs to set up, right? And then they usually do four to six heads at a time, which means you got to
Yeah.
do them in numbers of that, and so you got
Yes,
to
you
order a couple hundred to make it worthwhile. So
Like you're saying, you pay per head. So if you go very cheap, you'll get a very very thin line, something that won't be, that'll be.
Mhm.
So to get a really high quality one, you have to buy like 500 to 1,000 copies of them.
Yeah.
And yeah.
you got to buy a
Yeah.
lot to make the price point per each worth it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Let me see where we at right now. Hit refresh. And we are at 2,115. 38 backers.
70%.
70%. Thank you, people.
Nice,
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Super grateful to
you-
y'all.
There has there's definitely gonna have to be a freaking backstory, extra story of that futuristic gorilla. You know that, right? It has to happen.
Yeah. I would be up to that. The other thing that people are clamoring for, I can't say say whether or not that's going to happen. It seems almost sort of inevitable, but people are really clamoring for a AR-15 orangutan six-gun gorilla girl. So,
Yeah, well, I would love to see if you're going to do a side story of the sci-fi scene. I would like that to be a dream sequence. That would be cool.
well, I mean, I can't say it was a good idea, but they took Jonah Hex back in the 80s and transported him from the Old West into the future.
I think it would be better if he did the futuristic one in a way with the gorilla, because if he does the dream sequence, it will be like that other copy at Boom, where it's like a virtual reality game type of thing. I think that would be bringing it too close, going pure sci-fi, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at this, that's screaming like heavy metal.
He could be a
descendant
he could be a descendant of Six Gun Gorilla.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I was about to say.
That'd be cool.
Oh man, that would be fun. That would be fun as hell. But yeah, people have been asking for that as a poster, so I'm like, okay, wrote that down. You know, taking notes. Fuck man, just I have been so rusty. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I kind of I've been a bit of a stranger on YouTube, and you know, it's been a while since my last campaign. And it's kind of like, you know, I don't know, like it's like what do wrestlers call it, ring rust. I got like Indiegogo rust or something. But happy.
Yeah, you'll shake the rust off and you'll get it done. You know what I mean?
I know. I certainly shall, because goddamn man, I am just very, very you know, happy and privileged to be part of this kick-ass awesome community.
Just stalk everybody's chats, man.
Phil, what are you working on, brother?
A bunch of stuff. I'm you know, we got Magic Hop going on. I'm getting new pages in for the second Lost Pages book. So
Nice.
we're half the script's done for that, and we got a couple pages down. It's going to focus on the silhouette, but it's going to have some cameos of the other characters in it. Brannon is like 2/3 of the way through Magic Cop 2 now, so we're like 60 pages in. And I don't know if you heard, Brian, but I was hired by John Malin to write a Graveyard Shift story. And
I hadn't heard. Congratulations, Phil. That's awesome.
yeah, so worked on that, and
Booyah!
yeah,
Booyah!
it's gonna be
Yeah,
fun.
I will like, once again, I have to tell you what I told George. I will back this once I'm like no longer like a broadcast
Of course, man.
Can you tell us if you're going to be writing an actual like a Graveyard Shift story, or you're going to be writing one of those extra bonus side, you know, characters that he's been doing?
So it's a character in that you guys will meet in Graveyard Shift 3. So he's that. His name is Brahm. They've shown pictures of him. I could pull up a picture. He's like their Cable type character. Let me see here. And he like teleports through dimensions, basically like universe hops around. And he has a team of monster hunters. He's basically a monster hunter, but he's pretty cool. Look, this is what the guy looks like here. And it's going to be a story solely focused on him. It's going to be fighting a new villain that I created. I created a few new characters for the story, which is pretty cool.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. And he actually announced that Preston's going to be doing the art for the book, or for that story.
Oh, we can talk about this now?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did announce that.
All right, I don't have to play dumb anymore. Okay. No, yeah, Phil, I had heard about this. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
It's going to be super fun. It's going to be like 34 pages. And he said, Malin said, if we're rocking and rolling on the stuff, we might extend it just to make it its own book. Which I'm like, that'd be crazy.
Oh, nice.
But
nice.
yeah, it's fun. It's like horror, action. The villain is like this like my take in the Graveyard Shift world on the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh,
So
nice.
He's like this big jacked hunchback guy,
right.
and yeah, Mail and Elk talked about that stuff already on stream. So
Is he called Quasimodo?
No.
Okay.
His name is, which Malin already said, just to let everybody know. His name is Toll, Toll.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh, excellent.
Super.
Now
excited about that.
that's reminding me of lyrics from an old Thor song.
Yeah.
If you want to go past me, you gotta pay the toll. Knock 'em down. Oh yeah, knock them down.
Maybe we'll make a trailer for the. But yeah, it's my first kind of paid gig writing, for someone else.
Oh, it's weird,
So,
dude.
It's cool.
It's cool, but it's weird. Like I don't know if you're experiencing it, but I've got like a really bad case of imposter syndrome. I feel like any minute now, like people are gonna realize like I have no fucking clue what I'm doing.
No, man, I don't know. It's a lot of fun, and like the editing process. Malin was editing the stuff, and that was awesome. Like
he's good to work with.
Yeah, he was really good working with as a writer, going through stuff with him, and he had really good editing points and being like, oh yeah, this. Just reading his notes, I'm like, oh, that makes much more sense. Like that would help what I'm trying to go for here. And he didn't like rip stuff out that, was signatures of me in there. So I think in the script, a lot of my stuff got through. Like I was able to basically like create three or four new characters and stuff for this, and a lot of the kind of intricacies of this character Brahm, which is awesome. I can't wait for it. It's gonna be cool.
Oh man, neither can I. That looks freaking fantastic.
Gotta be
man.
sick, man.
That's gonna be really sick. Now, so is Preston doing like a cover, or is he doing interior art?
He's doing the interior stuff. Yeah.
Well, he better finish fucking Six Gun Gorilla first. That's all I'm saying. If you're watching, Preston, damn it.
So yeah, he'll probably do a cover too. I don't know, like, because right now I think it's going to be in a supplemental book for the next one, and that's what I think is the plan now. But yeah, Magic Cop. There's so many stories I want to do, not enough time or money to do them.
dude, you've been like, you're busting IPs.
Yeah.
Like you're like an IP machine. Like these are the folks. If you haven't seen these are the trading cards that came with the first volume of the Lost Pages, and what can I say? These are like wicked mission cool. They're really, really nice. They like just extremely well done.
Thanks, man. Yeah, those are fun to do. Yeah, so next Lost Pages is in the works, and there's so much. I wish I didn't have a day job so I could just write a bunch of shit. And,
well, that's the dream, dude. That's the dream. Is for that's what we all. That's the end goal for all of us, is to get to the point where we can actually make a living doing this shit.
Yeah.
The only good part from the artist side is our day job is usually also what we do, like freelancing or design.
Well, I used to work in the mental health industry.
That's what I mean. Like writers can do something very freaking different from but usually artists, they turn around a trade or something.
Right.
That's
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, if you're a writer, it's not like those skills are useful like in the business world or any shit like that. Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I end up fucking writing a whole bunch of stupid shit all the time for other people. I can't tell you how much content I write for websites. It's disgusting.
Oh my god. Do you find a way to at least make that fun?
No, there's no way to make fucking writing stuff about medical products fun. There's no way to there's no. Oh.
So it's not like writing for like Penthouse Forum.
No, it's like writing informational stuff with a marketing spin for like Wheat Germ.
Oh God. Oh, that's brutal, dude.
Yeah, it sure is. I hate it.
Does it at least pay well?
It pays. I don't know. I mean, it's to me, it's like it's so painful. It doesn't seem like it's worth the money.
Ow.
But you know, I mean, it's like I mean, I do a lot of stuff. I do that kind of stuff. I also, I program websites. I do a lot of web coding, which is a different kind of writing altogether. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And then I have my nonprofit that I'm trying to get off the ground. So that's a lot of legwork and a lot of just like business talking and just paperwork and crap. And
How is that going?
it's actually going okay. It's crazy because I'm putting money out on all kinds of stuff now, right? I'm putting money out on Captain Love Chapter 3. I'm putting money out on Heartless. I'm putting money out on an album that the media ministry is going to release. You know what I mean? So it's just, I mean, I'm feeling nauseous as hell. I am a 501c3, so I can take large donations and people can take the tax deduction. So it's just it's just about taking things one step at a time. And I'm working on some marketing materials for that. But at the same time, I got to make a living, promote comics, do all that kind of stuff. So I'm just swamped.
Just make sure you take care of yourself, man.
I could take care of myself later. You know what I mean? I got too much. The thing is, if I take the time to dick off now, then when I'm not where I need to be in 6 months, I'm going to blame myself for dicking off now.
Dude,
so it's just
self-care is not dicking off. Oh my God, I'm like going into like support group mode here.
Yeah,
You mentioned 501c3, and I was just immediately my depression bipolar support group persona just.
Well, it's you know what I'll come later, man. I'll come later. I can't.
Remember that you're more efficient when you take care of yourself.
I think of it.
That's something I need to. I need to start to apply to.
I'll think of it as sex with 5 chicks, right? I come last.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good, dude.
Sex with 5 chicks is pretty good.
I would imagine. Oh no, actually, I would find that a little overwhelming. Anything more than like 2, you know what I'm saying? It's just like
5
is enough for me.
It sounds fine to me. I had 4. I had a lot of fun.
That's because you're a sexy motherfucker.
It's only overwhelming if they're not into each other at all.
Yep. When they're all friendly, it's freaking fun.
Mm.
Oh, I can imagine.
You go to an after hour, end up to a rave, and then you end up having fun.
But you still got to come last.
Oh yeah, but that's
multiple times.
If you're a real stud. Oh man, fucking hell. Guys, I think I am gonna call it.
Yeah, it is. It has been a 4-hour stream. In basically.
Thanks for hanging out with me.
But we got some numbers here. Let's see. Let's take one more look at where you're at here. Chrome tabs. Let's go Gorilla. Boom, boom. There it is. It's still at 2115. So everybody, thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting. And hey, and still doesn't mean he's got. I know he's still the first day is over. So you still have time. And everybody wave to the camera because we are going to play this video and then we'll be off. So
peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. Thank you.
Later.